you know, we don't have the luxury of saying we can temporarily stock out on our product, because these products, these medicines keep people alive.
What happened was you were offered a money-losing women's basketball team, and you said, I want to be in the other sports as well. Is that right?
Well, yeah, you know, you got to be smart about this.
We will take deliberate, appropriate action. Our focus here is not to broaden a conflict from the very beginning. We've been very focused on ensuring that the situation in Israel does not broaden into a wider regional conflict. Unfortunately, what you have here are Iranian proxy groups that are exploiting the situation and conducting these types of illegal attacks against forces that are in the region to actually preserve peace and stability. So again, we're going to do what we need to do to protect our forces, while also cognizant of the fact that what we don't want is a wider regional conflict.
That was the U.S. Department of Defense press secretary speaking to the team a short time ago, and it comes as President Biden is under pressure to confront Iran after 3 American soldiers were killed in a drone strike on a U.S. base in Jordan. The attack claimed by Islamic Resistance in Iraq, a group aligned with Iran. For its part, Iran says it had nothing to do with the attack, saying in a statement, the resistance groups in the region do not take orders from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Katie Lyons has been checking the various responses and is in Washington. I mean, this is the standard cover note from Iran. The question we need to ask ourselves is, are they still in control of the proxies? Here we are. And indeed, what response, what scale of response will America bring to bear?
Well, Manus, that's what we're waiting to find out. The U.S. has vowed that there will be a response. The president yesterday saying those responsible for this attack will be held to account at a time and in a manner of our choosing, keeping in mind here that this is the first time we have seen American troops killed since the war erupted between Israel and Hamas on October 7th. And of course, dozens more were injured as well, which is why there is much pressure on the president to respond in an appropriate and significant way. What that response could look like can vary. Obviously, there is less provocative approaches like hitting perhaps Iranian targets abroad, but there are some on Capitol Hill that are pushing the U.S. to strike Iran directly on its own territory. The likes of Senators Lindsey Graham and John Cornyn saying hit Iran. The thing is, the U.S. has not conducted a strike in Iranian territory in decades. And as we were just hearing from General Pat Ryder there, the U.S. very much does not want to see this conflict escalate any further. So they have to take that into account. Now, of course, Tehran, for its part, has also said it doesn't wish to see the conflict between Israel and Hamas erupting into something more wider regionally, but they have also said that they aren't going to prevent groups they back from doing what they think is appropriate to protect Palestinians in Gaza, retaliate for that, or to defend themselves. They say that anything suggesting that Iran is directly responsible for these attacks over the weekend is baseless, but still that is going to be the tension here. Something else to keep in mind, Manus, as we watch what is happening in the Middle East, is there was a summit in Paris over the weekend as well between Israeli officials, U.S. officials, Qatari and Egyptian officials as well, trying to work out a potential ceasefire deal in exchange for the freeing of 100 Israeli hostages that are still being held in Gaza. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that there was progress made, but there still are gaps remaining. So just watch for developments over that in the coming days, as these conversations will be continuing. We could potentially see a ceasefire deal once more.
Yeah, those spy chiefs from Qatar, Egypt, the U.S. and Israel meeting in Paris. Katie, thank you very much. Katie Lyons with the very latest. Let's turn to the impact on the rising Middle East tensions across the commodity spectrum. Will Kennedy is Bloomberg's senior executive editor for energy and commodities. He's here in New York for the week. What better man to bring into the conversation? Will, good to see you this morning. You know, you look at the oil price this morning and you go, sorry, did I miss something of size, or has the market... If I look at the performance over the past 6 days, we're up nearly 5%. Why is there not a more aggressive pricing response to very heightened events over the weekend in the oil market? Good morning.
Morning, Manus. Great to be here. There has been a response over the last couple of weeks, as you say. I mean, oil is trading higher, and it's made high for the year on Friday. Obviously, it hasn't gone higher today, and I think that comes back to something that you and I have talked about several times this year, is that none of these events have actually impacted the production of oil. So the oil continues to flow. Now, there are some blockages and delays in getting it to market, but ultimately it's taking longer to get there, but it is all getting to market. So there's no barrels yet lost in the market, and I think that people are cognizant of this idea that no one wants a wider war, and I think most people still expect it's unlikely there will be an impact on production.
Which then takes us back to the more prescient issue, which are the additional cuts that were promised to the market by OPEC+. And your responsibility is to monitor that. And the story today is there's a slow start to the new oil cuts. That's not going to happen. That's not going to make Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman incredibly happy.
No, but I mean, I think it's important that the Russians came out at the weekend and said that they are adhering to their cuts.
That was Novak over the weekend.
Absolutely. Yep. And, you know, when we look at the Russian exports, they are probably pretty close to what they said they would do. I think that one thing the Saudis will take heart from is perhaps the strength of demand as well, because, you know, there's always a balance to the market, and, you know, the economy here in the US is doing very well.
It is indeed. That's the IEA versus OPEC debate. But we'll talk about that offline. Will Kennedy there. Thank you very much. Good to see you in New York for the week. And some sector price action this morning. I wonder what's hot to trot. Abby, what have we got?
Well, it's interesting, Manus, because we have a very small gain for the S&P 500, but beneath the surface, quite a bit of action, starting off with the energy down 1.1%. So sticking with the topic of oil, again, that's the worst sector for the S&P 500. The rest of the sectors, though, smaller moves, but whether to the upside or the downside. Tech is the best sector right now, up 0.3%. So again, small moves. Over the last number of days, though, in fact, in the month of January, the top sector is communication services, up 8.5%, heading to its best month, Menace, since July of last year. A lot of this on Netflix's big quarter. We have Meta and Alphabet up. Will they continue the trend for communication sector? We'll have to see.
Okay. Abby, thank you very much. I really am trying to get into beef at the moment, but it's not happening. I'm lost on Netflix. Please send your suggestions in on IB. Coming up, the market moving events that set your agenda for today and the rest of the week right here on Bloomberg.
How are you feeling right now about the state of the industry and what it's going to look like in the next couple of years?
The big picture is it has never been more, I would say, volatile. I mean, it has, but you know, it continues to be volatile. But like you said, we did see real signs of life this summer. So generally speaking, box office is down globally around 20% to 2019, so pre-pandemic levels. But this summer, it was 5% down. Right, so it would suggest that even though there were winners and losers of this summer, and obviously we had the two big juggernauts with Barbie and Oppenheimer, you know, movie-going begets movie-going, right? So when there's a season filled with, you know, good movies that people want to see, you know, I was made to feel pretty optimistic about what we saw in the summer.
This is Bloomberg.
Trading diary for the week. Tuesday, it is all about tech. Alphabet and Microsoft deliver their results. Roll on the Fed decision on Wednesday with the Chair Powell's news conference. The nuances are key. We then switch over to the Bank of England, and Governor Bailey will give us his view on the world. Amazon, Apple, Meta report earnings on Thursday. And finally, the crescendo for risk analysis. Jobs report in the USA.
I think this will probably go down in history as one of, if not the largest financial crimes ever.
I cannot imagine a scenario where $8 billion just disappears.
Bankman-Fried has pled not guilty to multiple fraud charges.
Sam was just too important in the crypto community.
When someone says, I'm going to give $1 billion in the next 2 years, like that catches everybody's attention.
As time went on, their ideas got like weirder and weirder.
I don't think he even had almost a conception at some point that it was wrong or right. I think he just had the mentality that he has to win.
This committee will not stop until we uncover the full truth behind the collapse of FTX.
So, Mark.
Are you in? I'm in.
I'm in.
We're in. Will this be the last of its kind? No. This is the nature of capitalism. Get over it.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, good Monday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in New York City to our worldwide audience. Alex Steele, she is on assignment, and it's such a nice place. She's over in Italy somewhere. So
she was only here a week.
I know, and then she bails on us, and she goes off to Tuscany. I don't know where she's going, but she'll be back in a few days.
But we've got a good substitute.
We have a great substitute. Molly,
thank you so much.
Molly
Good
Smith
morning.
joins us. Molly Smith, she's our economics reporter for Bloomberg News. We've had her on the air all the time. And she is our resident go-to tennis expert. So we're going to get a wrap-up of the Australian Open. We're also going to check in with Jen Rhee, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Litigation Analyst, and talk about all these antitrust issues that are sidelining a bunch of deals in technology with Amazon and then the airlines industry, so we'll talk about that. And then Austin Reed, we're going to talk a little crypto stuff with him as well. And then Adam Coons, Chief Portfolio Manager, Winthrop Capital Management, will give us his market call. But let's kick things off this hour with Mr. John Tucker on the Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, the major stock averages higher right now. It's a little change as we await a slew of earnings. Fed decision, a raft of economic reports this week as well. 5 in the S&P 500. 5 of the 11 major industry groups are higher right now. Information technology in the lead. That's where you're going to find shares of Adobe. They actually hit a 52-week high this morning. Energy, the biggest drag right now. And then, of course, you have 5 of the 7 magnificent 7 tech stocks reporting earnings this week. Microsoft and Google parent Alphabet releasing results tomorrow. And it really does matter for the overall market, according to Anastasia Amoroso of iCapital.
Those 5 tech companies are hugely important in terms of delivering results this week. And I say that because you look at their expected earnings, those 5 companies combined should report earnings that are up 53% year over year in the fourth quarter.
Ahead of that, Microsoft shares right now, they're up 0.8%. Google shares dead flat right now. S&P 500 is up 4 points. That's a rise of 0.1%, 48.95 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is 30 points higher, and the Nasdaq 100 17 points higher, up 0.1%. 2-year yield 1 basis point lower, 4.33, and the 10-year right now 2 basis points lower. That's at 4.11. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Molly and Paul.
John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Tim Craighead, who runs our European research for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's our strategist. He's based in London. He just walking around. What's he doing in New York? I mean, you never know who's going to walk through here.
I was wondering who just waltzed in right here. Thanks for telling us.
I was like, no, it's okay. We're on the air. Just come in and say
John
hello.
was busy, but yeah, we all wanted to know.
That's Tim Craighead. He was one of the original dudes at Bloomberg Intelligence 14 years ago. We swiped him from Goldman Sachs, where he had a great career there. So anyway, he covers the research strategy, like the strategy of the Gina Martin Adams for Europe. So we're going to get him in here over the next couple of days here. But we've got Molly Smith sitting in for Alex Steele. Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. Tom's all over the YouTube. He's all over the Apple CarPlay. Why not? We got some good technology here. So just head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Radio. As John Tucker's just reporting, not much going on. A little bit of green there on the screen. Lots of economic data, lots of earnings data this week. Maybe the market's waiting to get some direction there. But let's check in with Nora Melinda. She covers equities for Bloomberg News. She joins us here in our New York studio. Nora, what are you looking at this morning?
Let's take a look at iRobot. I know we spoke about this a couple weeks back, but there's actually been some developments. So iRobot is in focus. Those shares are plunging as much as 19% for their lowest level since 2009. And this all comes after Amazon abandoned its planned $1.4 billion acquisition of the company. We've been talking about all of these antitrust issues. That's the issue that Amazon ran into. The company has been clashing with EU regulators who had threatened to block the deal. And we know that iRobot is really known for its Roomba vacuum. If you like those little circular vacuums that move around in your room.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
You would think, right? But sounds like Amazon has finally given up.
Have one? Do you have one?
We do.
I'm thinking about it.
We do. We've got it. You just turn them on. The dude just kind of
everything
rolls
you
around. Yeah, I think it does an okay job, but it's like in between cleanings, you can just let it.
Does he get the corners?
Yeah.
Okay.
He does.
Get dog hair?
I don't know. We don't know. Yeah. But if I'm the European Union, why do I care about $1 billion deal about vacuum cleaners? It's just like ridiculous.
And you know what's interesting? That this actually would have been Amazon's 4th biggest deal. That all comes following Whole Foods, MGM, and One Medical. But this would have been his 4th biggest deal in history. And it's really interesting. Now we're having iRobot. The CEO has stepped down, and the vacuum maker is now vowing to cut as much as 350 jobs. So it looks like a bit of turmoil over there.
Yikes. Well, that is a mess.
There's a reason there's no technology in Europe, let's be honest.
Let's go over to SoFi. What do you see over there?
SoFi shares are surging as much as 21% for their biggest one-day gain since July. They're climbing after the fintech company reported earnings that showed it reached profitability for the very first time. This is a great sign for the company, especially as it's taking the fintech one step closer to the CEO's goal of turning it into a top 10 financial institution. That's really been his goal. And listen to this blowout. Analysts were expecting the company to report fourth quarter net income of $9.9 million. SoFi reported $48 million. So this is the first profit under generally accepted accounting principles since the company went public in 2021.
Wow,
That's
all right.
good. I mean, it's a great technology platform, and it's just a question of scaling up, I think, is my understanding.
Right. I mean, the company said that this 2024 will be a transition year, and it seems as though it's well on its way.
And it's got Mr. Anthony Noto as CEO, who's a good dude, smart dude. So they got some good management there, good board ownership as well. So good news there. Anything else?
I mean, we got the Fed later this week.
Yep.
Lots of eco data coming before that. You're constantly following that, Molly. But
oh, yes.
I mean, that's
Big
really
week.
what's in focus this week. Everyone's waiting for Wednesday. What are we going to hear from Powell? You know, are we going to see another hold there? What's going to happen? So that's really what the market is focusing on. Not too much going on this morning.
Right, yeah, and remember, we're not going to get any new projections at this meeting. That's not until the March one, where we'll get...
No more dots?
No
more
not till
dots?
March.
Okay.
No dots till March, so
Okay.
stand by.
Okay.
But yeah, I think more like, as well as the Fed this week, you know, we have a lot of different reports on the labor market, of course, culminating in the jobs report on Friday, but a few others leading up to them, especially the ECI, that's the Employment Cost Index, coming out Wednesday morning before we get the rate decision from the Fed. Not going to obviously change the expectations for them to hold, but that is their preferred wage measure. So it'll be interesting to see what that has.
Norma Linda, thanks so much for joining us there. Norma Linda, she covers all the equity markets for Bloomberg News, so we appreciate getting an update there. What are you going to be looking at, Molly? Again, economics reporter. I mean, there's a lot here. I mean, is the jobs number, I kind of always feel like that's kind of a big one here, and they're still looking for 210,000 jobs, so still a solid
Oh yeah, market. More than solid. I mean, above. I mean, right now, well, it looks like 216 was the prior. Looking for 185 right now on Friday. That would still be well, you know, pretty robust. And like I think what more of the economists are looking for in order to like kind of get more toward a level of payroll growth that's more in line with 2% inflation is probably more in the 100K or lower area. So this is still pretty robust and well above what economists have been looking for. But then again, inflation has been cooling and the labor market hasn't slowed down. That's a pretty ideal outcome.
Yep, it is. You know, when I saw this Amazon iRobot news this morning, I just yelled at or shouted at anybody who would listen, get Jen Rhee, because I blame her for this stuff, because she is the antitrust analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. She is the expert when we talk about some of these big merger deals and what are the antitrust challenges and maybe what are some of the remedies to the extent that there is challenges there. So I yelled and I said, get Jen Rhee.
And here she is.
I mean,
amazing.
Our producers are the best here. So, Jen, there's a lot to talk about. We got to get the airlines. But first, let's just start with the news of the day with Amazon and iRobot. Was that a surprise to you that the EU? No?
No, well, it wasn't at all, because back in July, the EU said, we have concerns about this deal. I mean, they're concerned about competition in the market for robot vacuums. And
wow.
Listen,
top of my list of concerns as well.
I mean, isn't the competition John Tucker with his old, sweeping?
Yeah, I don't actually have a vacuum. That's true. It's like just a big broom.
You know, I think there's this idea that antitrust is only interested in really big deals. But at the end of the day, no matter how small the business is or how few consumers it might impact, if there's an antitrust problem, they still have concerns. And it's still an illegal deal in the eyes of regulators. So here, they said in a couple different countries in Europe that Amazon was a particularly important distributor for robot vacuums, and they could foreclose competitors.
I mean, but Amazon's in the market for everything, obviously, not just, the robo vacuum market. So I mean, surely there must be other real competitors out there that have a more narrowed focus on the robo vacuum space than Amazon.
Well, likely, and that's probably what they argued. But the thing is, the European Commission said, but this is a particularly important channel, because you won't only own the vacuum, but you're going to own distribution, an important distribution. But it's like a vertical acquisition, right? It's an integration that they had a problem with, because that would give them the ability to foreclose some of these other smaller makers of these vacuums that need to sell on Amazon. And apparently, in some countries, there wasn't enough other competition. So they had some concerns. There could have been a remedy offered, but the company decided not to do that. So it was kind of a stalemate. And honestly, they were going to get sued in the U.S.
Really?
That's what I think, yes.
Okay.
I kind of feel like this sets like a bit of a tone maybe for, I would think there's got to be other similar consumer electronics companies where Amazon is a big competitor that,
Right.
I mean, does this set some kind of a standard maybe that this could be an issue going forward in the antitrust world?
Well, I think what it tells you, in terms of mergers, I think it'll tell you that anytime these big tech platforms, particularly Amazon, try to continue to expand their businesses this way through mergers, they're going to have trouble. They're going to face hurdles in the EU, UK, US. The UK didn't have too many problems with this one. But I think it does tell us something about the FTC's lawsuit. You know, they have now this ongoing lawsuit against Amazon, and they're looking at all these different businesses that compete with Amazon, but also sell on the marketplace and have some concerns about it. So, you know, some of the concept that went into the concerns here will be part of that lawsuit in the U.S. We're a long way away from an outcome there. That's pretty new, but it's pending.
Jen, when you talk to some of your friends in the business, the M&A attorneys out there, is the feeling like almost it really is different out there? It is really appreciably harder to get anything approved these days?
Oh, Paul, absolutely. It is so much harder. There's so much more scrutiny. It takes longer, and that we're seeing that in the merger agreements. They are different than they were 5 years ago. There are much bigger breakup fees for sellers because they're concerned about the investigation, which can take a year. They're concerned about a lawsuit. You have much longer end dates. I mean, it used to be the end date of a year seemed like a really long end date. Now we're looking at like 2 years in some of these agreements because they know they might have to go to litigation. So yeah, there's a big difference right now.
And is that a sense that it's a short-term reflection of who's in the White House, or is that just a sense that I don't know, Congress or society is anti-big deal, or?
It's more about who's in the White House because it's about the appointments at the FTC and DOJ making these antitrust decisions, right? So it just happens that we have two people making decisions at the DOJ and FTC that are particularly activist, particularly progressive in this area, believe antitrust enforcement's been way too lax for years, and they're trying to change things.
Are these people's jobs potentially at risk if Biden doesn't win re-election?
Absolutely, 100%.
And what would the potential other candidates' view on antitrust be?
So the interesting thing is that it really depends on who's in. Just say the next president is Republican, right? Trump or somebody else. Right now, the Republicans are kind of a mixed bag. I mean, it used to be you could always think they're going to be way more business friendly. They're going to appreciate the efficiencies that come from consolidation, right? But now you kind of have this populist side of the Republican Party, and some of the people in that group also believe we need to crack down on antitrust, like sort of the Josh Hawleys of the world. So I think if you get a Republican, it's going to depend exactly on who they put as the chief of antitrust at DOJ and who the commissioners are that get appointed at the FTC.
Fascinating. All right, so I can see Amazon blocking their deal because maybe Amazon just can't get any bigger. You know, nobody wants to see them get bigger. But how about like the regional airline business? Where are we with JetBlue and Spirit Airlines? I think I've got Spirit. If they don't get sold, there's a risk that they go out of business. They got this debt looming. Where are we with that deal?
Yeah, no, the interesting thing is that they could have argued that in court. You know, this is a defense to an otherwise anti-competitive merger, that a firm is going to fail if they don't do the deal, or that they're flailing. But they didn't really do that. I mean, the judge who decided, this has been through court, this has been through litigation, a judge decided this is an anti-competitive deal. We are concerned about the consumers that depend on the ultra-low-cost, unbundled fares that Spirit offered that JetBlue is going to take out of the market. And he said, look, they kind of said Spirit's having financial difficulty. They mentioned it, they talked about it, but they didn't really meet the elements for a failing firm or a flailing firm. And so he was concerned about that. He said, I'm worried about what's going to happen to Spirit, but he went ahead because he thought it was more important, right, to keep that ultra-low-cost carrier in the market.
I would just show them the DDIS screen, the debt distribution screen for Spirit. They got like $1.5 billion of debt due in 2025, and it, you know, from the research I read on the street, it's unlikely that they can, you know, fund that as currently.
And I'm going to take a wild guess here that they're not investment grade rated. I mean, I haven't taken a look, but I'm going to take a guess.
So why do you think at the end of the day?
Triple C. Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. Very far from investment grade rated.
So I mean, what's JetBlue say about why they are pursuing this so aggressively? I mean, what's JetBlue saying?
Well, so right now, based on the terms of the agreement, they had to appeal. It's right in the agreement. They said if we face a block, if we face a lawsuit, we will appeal, and that's up until July 24th. So if they haven't managed to win an appeal, which I don't think they will, and get clearance by then, they can walk away. They have an initial trigger date of January 28th. We've seen some of that in the news for other stuff, not antitrust. But if other conditions to closing aren't met by January 28th, which was yesterday, they could also terminate the deal. And they're claiming there is something. There's 100 pages of agreement. They could, their corporate lawyers could go through it and say, okay, Spirit has breached in some way. But we haven't seen what they've alleged yet, and Spirit says, no, we've abided by this agreement.
So we're at January 29th now. Is the deal still a possibility? Where does it stand?
So it's still a deal. They still have an agreement. They still have an appeal pending. That could take 5 to 6 months, so they could get a decision in that before that final end date in July.
Or again, before JetBlue pulls out.
Yes, before JetBlue pulls out. Now, I believe if JetBlue pulls out, they might end up in Delaware court because Spirit might contest that they had the right to pull out before July 24th.
What else are you looking at? What other deals are kind of...
Oh, boy,
Alaska, Hawaii,
and Albertsons.
That still hasn't closed?
Oh, no, and I think the FTC is probably going to sue there. That's been pending a long time.
My goodness, grocers too?
See a lawsuit, yeah.
So, but that one, I would think, is just divesting stores.
Exactly, Paul. I would think it's just divesting stores too, and they are willing to divest up to 650 stores, which is a lot. So I suspect they have a decent shot if they end up in court, because the judge is going to look at that and say, okay, if you've divested enough into the right buyer, maybe we can do this. There's some questions about their buyer, which is a wholesaler called CNS.
Oh, that's right.
But if they can bring CNS in and CNS can show they can do this, then they have a shot in court.
And so attorneys bill by the hour, right?
Yes, a lot.
It's like, this is
a lot.
All right, so I guess it's not such a bad thing for them. All right, Jen Rhee, thanks so much for joining us. Jen Rhee, she is the litigation analyst, really following antitrust for Bloomberg Intelligence in a vital, vital role, because so many of these big M&A deals, which have big implications for investors, at the end of the day, it comes down to the regulators and who's going to win in court. So we've got the expert, Jennifer Rhee. We appreciate that. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
updates, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg News, and with this Bloomberg Business Flash. For now, green on the screen. Bit of cautious note hanging over the markets this morning. The focus is instead on earnings, economic reports, and of course the Fed meeting this week. Brown-Forman, the laggard in the S&P 500 in terms of index points. The stock rating was cut by analysts at Morgan Stanley. And then you have ResMed, that is the leader on the other side of the ledger, with Philips suffering from earlier problems with his sleep apnea machines. Analysts are looking at ResMed's digital approach to treat sleep apnea. Walmart offering a new incentive for store managers, annual stock grants. Starting in April, all U.S. store managers will receive as much as $20,000 in Walmart stock every year. S&P 500, 3 points higher, 48.93 on the index. The Dow is up 20 points. The NASDAQ 100 right now is 8 points higher. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. So instead of being a greeter, become a manager at Walmart when you retire, Paul. $20,000 stock grant.
That might be too much for me, though.
Oh, okay.
You know, I
too much responsibility.
Too much responsibility. I think I'm just going to be a greeter. I think I'll be great at it. I think people are going to love me. I'm such a people person. Don't you think? Don't you see that, John?
Oh yeah, sure.
The eyes are rolling for all of you who aren't here.
All right, Molly Smith, John Tucker, thank you so much. Molly Smith and Paul Sweeney, we're live here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well, so you can head over there and check out us there. Big news several weeks ago in the crypto space, because they finally got approval from the SEC for a spot Bitcoin ETF, and that was huge for the crypto space and big news for the ETF space as well. So let's dig in and see how things are progressing there. Austin Reed joins us. He's Global Head of Revenue and Business at Falcon X. What is Falcon X, you ask? The largest institutional crypto prime brokerage in the world. Austin, thanks so much for joining us here. Where are you based? Where is Falcon X?
Yeah, first of all, thank you guys for having me. So excited for the conversation. I'm actually based in San Francisco, but our team is spread globally. We have an office in Silicon Valley, New York, Chicago, Singapore, Hong Kong, and London. So a little bit of everywhere.
Who trades on your platform, and what do they trade?
Yeah, so we trade with a wide variety of institutional market participants. That's everyone from today and topically ETF issuers who are active within the cryptocurrency space to hedge funds, asset managers, venture capital firms, really anyone that's looking to access liquidity on the spot markets or in the derivatives side of the cryptocurrency space. Our options business has seen substantial growth over the past couple of quarters as well. So basically, if you're looking to get access to the asset class, hedge your exposure, either in spot or derivatives markets, we work with a lot of those market participants.
Yeah, tell us, Austin, why that recent news from the SEC regarding Bitcoin ETFs was so important, and what that's meant for your business.
Yeah, for sure. Look, I think if you look at what the ETF means in the mid to long term, really the unlock with the ETF is net new pools of capital that historically haven't had access to the cryptocurrency or digital asset market, specifically RIAs and financial advisors within the U.S. So $30 trillion markets, roughly 40% of U.S. capital markets. And within that, they haven't had an instrument to access this asset class yet. And so the thought is the ETF provides a regulated instrument through which these different market participants can get access, and that will increase overall adoption over time. So in relation to our business there, where we service, we're a spot liquidity provider to a number of the ETF issuers. Within that, we've partnered to provide liquidity, and we did about 30% of the day one issuances from a trading perspective itself.
Interesting. Oh, okay. Very good. I wanted to know, how has that impacted your business? So you saw it day one.
We saw it day one. Look, this is something we've been preparing for years at this point, right? In terms of building out the liquidity at scale, ability to transact significant size within this market. And so we've been working with different issuers, larger asset managers, that they've been preparing their crypto strategies. And I think day one saw a significant amount of flows. And we continue to basically see consistent trading activity from those issuers.
All right. So just for our listeners and for me, you're a prime brokerage. You're not an exchange like FTX.
Correct.
Now you traded on FTX at some point. presumably.
Yeah, correct.
Right?
So we're a prime brokerage.
Right.
What that means is we aggregate liquidity from a number of different liquidity pools globally. Exchanges, proprietary trading firms, market makers. And so we trade with all major venues around the world, depending on the structure where the client is in the regulatory jurisdiction. And our goal is to basically provide our clients the most seamless trading experience possible and an aggregation of that global liquidity within the market.
And your clients, you said, are mostly institutional money?
Correct, all institutional.
Okay. So tell me then about like where the retail Bitcoin trader stands right now and like their access to ETFs.
Yeah, so it's an interesting question, right? And I think with the initial ETF rollout, the perspective would be that this would give broader access to the retail side of the market, as well as segments of the institutional side of the market. What I would say is we're still early in this ETF cycle, though, right? It was approved earlier this month, and within that, you're still seeing some platforms not actually allow their end clients to trade this asset, right? Vanguard is an example, $7 trillion of assets that are invested there. You're not seeing them basically allow access to Bitcoin ETF vehicles. You've seen some of the other brokerages still working through that cycle. And so from a retail investor perspective, it should open up access, but I think it's also a longer term cycle as to how these really open up over time.
So we had Bitcoin ETF. Do you expect other crypto spot ETFs to get approved?
Yeah, so I think the next ETF that the market is looking at right now is the Ethereum ETF. And specifically within that, there's a perspective from some market participants that you could see an ETH ETF approved later this year. What I would say is, in contrast to the Bitcoin ETF, that realistically through Q3 and Q4, the market consensus was this was likely to happen. The ETH ETF, there's not the same level of consensus right now. So I think what we'll see right now, we have some clients that anticipate this happening later this year. Others think it's a longer road ahead. I think that the market's still waiting to determine what ultimately happens here.
Looks like another catalyst potentially that the SEC is seeking comments on a proposal to allow options trading on BlackRock's ETF. So how do you see that one unfolding?
Yeah, so I think one of the interesting elements in relation to the ETF approval itself is the potential to catalyze greater options market activity domestically in the United States. We've actually seen substantial options growth in our own business. Just for context, Q3 to Q4, FalconX's options business grew 10x quarter over quarter. And so currently one of the largest options market participants on the institutional side of the market. And if I look at why that matters, right? People are looking for different ways to express their views within this market, as well as to hedge their exposure. And over time, what you see as these options markets evolve around ETFs is actually greater liquidity going into those ETF instruments itself. And in the future, potentially a lowering of volatility, right? So if you look at gold as an analogy, gold ETF options markets around those ETFs, what you saw is over time, that's a more liquid market, lower volatility within that market itself. And that actually attracts more capital over time because it's a more investable asset that is less volatile.
Largest institutional crypto prime brokerage in the world. How do you define that?
How do I define?
Largest, like, is it
like by volume?
Transaction volume? How's that work?
Yeah, so defined from a volume perspective there, right? So like I mentioned, we're active both on spot markets, derivatives markets, and partnering with clients both in the US and globally.
So what are other, like who do you compete with for that market share?
Yeah, so look, if I look at the crypto market and where prime brokerage sits within this ecosystem, you have different players that are providing different products and services across the board, right? It's not like traditional financial services where you can go to Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan and get basically most things that you need from an institutional market participation perspective. So where we're focused is trading, spot and derivatives markets, the extension of credit and solving capital efficiency for our customers, and providing technology to facilitate risk management. As it relates to competition, what you see is we compete with different players in each of those different segments. Those could be some of the proprietary trading firms in one. It could be other trading market participants in the other. But from my perspective, look, there's a huge market opportunity here. The question is how we grow this over time. I think the ETF is a great catalyst, and we're excited to continue with partner with a wide variety of market participants to grow the pie.
So I know that you're working with institutional clients, but I got to ask on behalf of myself and maybe other, retail participants who are maybe a little bit hesitant to get into crypto. There's obviously, I think, since it began, just been a lot of skepticism around the asset, and obviously with FTX imploding, like a lot of concerns about the viability of it. So what's your pitch to somebody who's like, not involved in crypto, why they should?
Yeah, so I don't spend much time actually convincing people to be active within the crypto space.
Probably because they already are with
the
the people you deal with.
A lot of the people that come to me, right, they're actually active already.
Yes.
But look, within that, if I think, what's the value within crypto, right? And where's the value within Bitcoin? And why are people excited about the ETF as an example here? What you're looking at is a non-sovereign store of value that's digitally scarce and solving what many refer to as a digital gold, right? Why does that matter today, right? We're looking at a macroeconomic landscape of 70 plus elections globally, not just in the US. Within that, we'd anticipate loosened monetary policy that could lead to inflation. Do you want to protect your assets against that? And then the other area that we see, our clients investing within crypto is some believe it could be a good geopolitical hedge over time. An increasingly uncertain geopolitical landscape, as you guys know. The question is a portion of your portfolio make sense to allocate to this asset class? But obviously, always recommend people look at all the risks and corresponding volatility associated.
Read the fine print, I'm sure.
Austin Reed, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Austin Reed, Global Head of Revenues and Business at FalconX. FalconX is the largest institutional crypto prime brokerage in the world. And we're getting a lot smarter on crypto and the ETF space with crypto. So I actually asked Eric Valachunas to come up and say hi to you, so hopefully he'll do that. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. We'll get world and national news with Immerse.
All right, thank you, Paul. Iran is trying to distance itself from a deadly attack on a U.S. base in Jordan by a Tehran-backed militia. 3 American soldiers were killed, dozens wounded, and President Biden is facing growing pressure to order a harsh response against Iran. Now, during a campaign stop in South Carolina, the president said, quote, "We will respond." Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu set a summit in Paris to negotiate a return of hostages held by Hamas in exchange for a ceasefire in Gaza was constructive, but he says significant gaps remain. Those differences will be discussed at additional meetings this week, according to a statement from Netanyahu's office. More on this now with Bloomberg News editor Bill Ferries.
This latest attack on the U.S. forces and the possible escalation with Iran, that will throw a lot of this into question. If there is a broader conflict, Iran is likely to strike out at a range of targets, and that's really not gonna make things easier in Gaza.
Bloomberg News senior editor Bill Ferries. Former President Donald Trump returned to the campaign trail over the weekend. At a rally in Las Vegas, he used the spotlight to talk about the state of the southern border.
We have no choice. Within moments of my inauguration, we will begin the largest domestic deportation operation in America. No choice. We have no choice because this is not sustainable.
A Democratic senator helping negotiate a bipartisan border deal says Republicans can choose between border reform or Trump chaos.
We are going to pass legislation which would be the biggest bipartisan reform of our border and immigration laws in 40 years.
Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut tells CNN's State of the Union that the bill is also tied into U.S. military aid for Ukraine in its war against Russia. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
events, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Major averages right now, little changed. 4 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 higher. And healthcare is a leader right now. Energy, the worst performing industry groups. Investors could be on the sidelines waiting for the earnings, the economic reports, and, of course, the Fed meeting this week. Economist Dennis Garvin doesn't expect any action from the Fed anytime soon.
I think the Fed passes on tomorrow and Wednesday. I think the Fed passes in March, and I think the Fed probably will pass in June. It'll be, in my opinion, late in the summer and perhaps early in the autumn before the Fed begins the process of easing monetary policy.
Well, the earnings of the so-called Magnificent Seven expected to have grown 47%. That's according to data compiled by Bloomberg Intelligence. You have Microsoft and Alphabet. They open their books tomorrow. Apple, Amazon, Meta Platforms, they report earnings Thursday. And, of course, the results go a long way toward setting the overall tone of the market. Tech is now some 30% of the weighting in the S&P 500. S&P 500, 3 points higher. That's at 48.94. The Dow up 19 points. NASDAQ 100 right now 21 points higher. That's up 0.1%. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Molly and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Molly Smith, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, streaming live on YouTube, so you get to see John Tucker. How good is that? That is.
I was told today that starting, I think, next week,
yeah.
It's mandatory I go to makeup.
No.
Why would you want to cover this up?
That's what God gave you, right?
Damn. A loss for all of us, really. I might not recognize you, John.
Exactly. All right. Our next guest, we usually talk via the Zoom thing, but he's in the big town today. Adam Coons joins us from Winthrop Capital here. We talked to Adam about the markets and so forth going forward. Adam, we had that big September, really kind of November, December last year that just ripped. Equities just went through the roof. Bonds actually turned in positive performance for the year, What are you telling your clients here as we kind of start off another year? Do we just kind of start from zero and try to find some winners out there? What's the theme for you this year?
Yeah, I think this year is going to definitely be a stock picker's year. I think fixed income will continue to be a primary story for returns. And that's going to come despite what the Fed does, even if the Fed doesn't lower rates as quickly as some are saying. And we do believe that. We're thinking really fourth quarter before they make any cuts at all.
Wow,
maybe
that's
one.
a ways off.
Yeah. So we're a little bit divergent from the consensus, and that's really driven by if you look at what the Fed has done through this cycle, they obviously got it wrong with the transitory nonsense. And we think they're going to act slow to do the same thing, right? They were slow to raise rates, suddenly did it. We think they're going to be slow to decrease interest rates because they don't want to be wrong again, right? They don't want to lower rates and then see another flash of inflation. So I think that's really going to squeeze the economy. And so that's going to be good for long-term bonds. I think it's going to be somewhat of a difficult year for stocks, and that's driven by two things. One is what I just highlighted, is you're going to start to see economic weakness. But secondly, coming into this year, you nailed it, is we had that rally coming into the end of the year that really drove valuations to some somewhat unsustainable levels for specific companies. And I'm highlighting your Teslas, your NVIDIAs, and obviously you're seeing the result of that with Tesla missing and dropping quite a bit.
So you're saying it's going to be a good year for long-term bonds. I'm looking at the 30-year right now. Yield peaked a little bit above 5% in October. That's when the pivot story started to become a bit more clear. And now we're at 4.35. Think that's still attractive to get in? I
do. Look, it's really asymmetric right now, bonds, which is the attractive part of it. The worst case scenario is you get a fairly high yield to carry until we start to see that, the secular trend in rates is not changed. Rates are going to go back down. Demographics and all those things are pushing that. So worst case scenario is I get to hold bonds at a pretty high yield. Corporate bonds, I'm getting 5%. So I get to hold that and wait until I'm right. And so ultimately, I think that's the easiest like I said, from a risk standpoint, asymmetric trade.
You know, I was surprised, you know, looking at the performance in fixed income last year in 2023, that the best performing sector was high yield.
Yeah.
And that's in a world where everybody kept talking about a recession. I would have thought going into the year that maybe high yield would not be the place to be, but it really outperformed.
It did. I mean, and I think that goes hand in hand with what the equity markets did, right? They tend to correlate in certain pockets of the market. And so I think when we saw that rally, that helped tighten credit spreads. I mean, we really aren't seeing big increases in delinquencies. Yes, they're going up a little bit, but recovery rates are stable. So it's just, it was a place to be because credit markets still look pretty solid.
So in a year when rates are broadly going to be coming down, you think that's, you know, pretty accommodative for everybody? Is there really a place that you would say you would not benefit from that and to avoid?
Well, I think it really comes down to commodities. I'd stay probably away from that in the short term, especially kind of the oil commodities. But if you're looking at stocks, I think once again, I think you want to stay away from the narrative-based companies, like I said, NVIDIA, or where the AI narrative has really gotten out of hand.
We're over it?
Yeah, I've been over it for a while. But
I feel like it's just starting.
I think there's going to be a pause, right? And then because everyone's going to figure out, well, there's no monetization of this story of AI right now. So I think there'll be a little bit of a pause with that. You'll still see the companies like Microsoft and Alphabet that have an AI component, but have a real business model. Those will still do well. But the companies that really just kind of got over their skis last year, that's where I would stay away from right now.
So big earnings week this week from a lot of the high-profile names, including Meta and Alphabet, as I call them, Facebook and Google. Why change a good thing? I don't know. Right. But in any case, I know they're names that you guys have an interest in. How do you think about Facebook, Google, that whole, I guess, digital advertising space?
Well, I think it comes down to, once again, these are business models that have been able to adapt. Meta's gone through a little bit of an identity crisis, but I think they're back on the right track where they're able to adapt to what the consumer behavior and those shifts are. We still think the consumer can kind of push this cycle out, and that's what's going to drive stocks like that, where advertising is really, at the end of the day, the revenue driver. So that's why we think those companies can outperform relative to some of the hardware type companies.
All right, so those ones are the communication / tech sector. How about healthcare? It looks like that's one that you've got your eyes on too.
It is. I mean, if you look at valuations, and I keep saying that word, it's obviously something that matters to this year. A company like Merck, where it is trading very attractively relative to other companies in healthcare and then also just in the S&P 500. But it ran up significantly through COVID, obviously with their vaccine, and then basically has given away all those gains. So what we see here is a company that has a nice amount of cash flow. Yes, the pipeline in the short term is a little bit questionable, but we think that they can pull off an M&A strategy that will kind of help prop up their pipeline in the future.
I don't know. I mean, we just had our antitrust expert in here. I wouldn't be trying to get into M&A right now.
That's fair. That is fair. It's hard right now.
It still seems like you can get healthcare deals done, because usually what it is like a big pharma company buying a little guy who's got some cool new thing coming. So that
maybe just not in healthcare as far as insurance. Obviously the Humana Cigna, that didn't go so well.
I mean, does Merck have? It seems like if I'm going to have exposure to healthcare, it's got to have a GLP-1 angle, an obesity drug.
I was going to say they need an Ozempic.
Does Merck have that?
They don't. And I think that Lilly would be the pick behind that. The valuation is really what's giving me pause there. But I would still own Lilly. I probably wouldn't add to it, or
particularly in Indianapolis, dude. You have to own it.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah,
Eli Lilly,
gotta love Lilly.
In Indianapolis, because I know that because a lot of my friends from business school went to Indianapolis begrudgingly, but they went there because it's Eli Lilly.
Yep,
that's the place. Yeah,
exactly. So, but still, your highest conviction trade is that high grade, long duration bond.
Boring.
So
boring.
I know. So what's what's a piece of paper that you guys hold that you feel really comfortable with?
I mean, I really do like tech, TMT, when you're looking at corporate bonds. You can go out there and...
Are you buying you own the Comcast and
yes, absolutely. Comcast.
Charter.
I like Cox Communication.
Yeah, I like Cox Communications.
Yes,
I banked them for like 30 years.
Look at some Dell. Yeah, I mean, Oracle. Oracle is honestly one of the cheapest. It's BBB, but you're getting a lot of spread. So you're getting well north of 5% for a well cash flow company. It's a no-brainer for me.
Nice. Cox Communications. Man, I made a lot of fees off of those. Good people, smart people. They made you work for it, but they paid and they paid on time. Adam Coons, thanks so much for joining us. Adam Coons is Chief Portfolio Manager for Winthrop Capital Management. located in Indianapolis, Indiana. Do you know what a Hoosier is?
From the university. That's their
A Hoosier
mascot.
is just, no, a Hoosier is somebody who's from Indiana. That's it.
Oh, really? Okay.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm John Tucker in the newsroom with a look at some of the company news we're following. Well, just walk away. Amazon abandoning its planned $1.4 billion acquisition of iRobot. It comes down to European regulators. They threaten to block the deal. So iRobot's CEO, Colin Angle, stepping down as a result. The company also restructuring. That's going to result in about 350 job cuts. Amazon comes with a $94 million termination fee. Amazon facing intense pressure, of course, to prove its actions don't harm competition, as its influence is growing in retail, cloud computing, and just about everything else. Amazon and iRobot have been close partners for years. The retailer has long been iRobot's biggest customer. Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun has to face analysts and investors trying to quantify the financial fallout from the near catastrophic blowout of a door plug from a 737 MAX 9 jet. Boeing is reporting results on Wednesday. The challenge facing the CEO when Boeing is going to appease investors enough to stem a hemorrhage in the stock while not appearing too preoccupied with the financial metrics. And the social media platform X blocking searches about Taylor Swift. Days after explicit digitally fabricated fakes of the singer began proliferating on the site, X says in a statement that it prohibits the sharing of non-consensual graphic imagery and has a zero-tolerance policy for such content. The statement didn't mention Swift by name. And Reddit weighing feedback from early meetings with potential investors in its initial public offering that it should consider a valuation of at least $5 billion. And that's a look at some of the company news we are following. I'm John Tucker.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, getting a look at these markets here. Absolutely unched on the S&P 500. Nothing happened in there. Same pretty much on the Dow, off about 15 points. NASDAQ up about 0.2%. So very quiet on the index level here. Yields coming in just ever so slightly, about 3 basis points on your 10-year. We're now at 4.1%. I'm going to take a look at the energy space. We've had a little bit of a pullback in oil. WTI crude oil off 1.2%, just above $77 a barrel. Brent, $82.66. Bitcoin, it is up 1.2%, 42,400. So kind of getting out of that selling range pressure that it's seen over the last 10 days or so. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C., because we're going to get world and national news with Amy Marrs.
All right, thank you, Paul. A verdict is expected this week in the New York civil fraud case against former President Donald Trump. That judgment, on top of last week's $83 million verdict in the E. Jean Carroll case, stands to wipe out most, if not all, of the cash the former president says he has on hand. We get more on this from Bloomberg's Laura Davison in Washington.
Potentially, if these legal damages that he's facing, could hold, he could pay, somewhere north of $400 million in legal damages. Trump, per the Bloomberg Billionaires Index, is worth somewhere around $3.1 billion, and they estimate he has about $600 million in cash. Though it is famously hard to estimate Trump's wealth. It's all private businesses, and for real estate developers, just generally, they famously don't have very liquid assets. Because a lot of it is tied up in properties.
Bloomberg's Laura Davison reports Trump is promising to appeal both cases, but he may still have to put up the cash in escrow while those play out. Income tax season is here. Internal Revenue Service Commissioner Danny Werfel says they're ready to make tax filing as smooth and easy as possible.
So we are going through a process of rewriting virtually all of our letters and notices and putting them into plain language. And we've been piloting a few of these letters and sending them out, and we're getting much, much better response from taxpayers, a lot happier with how clearly we are articulating what they need to know.
You can start filing your 2023 federal income tax return today. The CDC is warning healthcare providers across the U.S. to be alert for measles cases. The Federal Health Agency says there have been 23 confirmed cases of measles from December 1st to January 23rd, and the CDC says there's a growing global threat as the uptick in cases in the U.S. reflects a rise in infections globally. And the San Francisco 49ers rallied from 17 points down at halftime to beat the Detroit Lions 34-31, and they're going to the Super Bowl. They'll face the Kansas City Chiefs, who beat the Baltimore Ravens 17-10. Super Bowl 58 set for Sunday, February 11th. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg. Paul and Molly.
All right, Amy Marrs, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Molly Smith is not only a top economics reporter for Bloomberg News, but she's also a resident expert on all things in the game of tennis. Yannick Sinner, he won.
Sinner, yes.
Sinner, thank you.
Yeah, two
Sinner.
N's.
He won the Australian Open Men's Championship. Who is this guy? Do I have to pay attention to him going forward?
Absolutely. He is coming off of, this has been an incredible winning streak for him. I think he's won 20 of his last 21 matches. This is like going back in a couple of months now. And he's, just really an incredible kid. He's 22 years old, so I think we can call him a kid.
Yep.
I think he was one of the picks to win this title as the 4th seed. And he still will remain number 4 in the world, even with the ranking points coming out of this. But really just an incredible story with him has really, since he added Darren Cahill, former player himself, to the coaching box, has been really just had some incredible results. This is somebody who a year ago we were questioning his fitness. He was 0-6 against Medvedev, who he played in the final not too long ago, and now has won their last 4 meetings.
Really?
So,
wow, because Medvedev's the real deal.
Yeah, had now just, never, I don't think, beaten really any top players in a Grand Slam before this tournament. So really just an incredible turnaround for him. Very excited to see what he does in 2024.
So the expectation is he's giving you something to watch in the majors. In the
Yeah,
slams going
I mean, him and Alcaraz, I think, are very much right now the future of the men's game. So in good hands.
Okay, good stuff. I mean, it was on 3 o'clock in the morning, so I didn't get to see a lot of it. I did see the highlights. Djokovic.
You weren't up? What do you
mean? Medvedev, exactly.
Oh, come on.
So that's a big news, and so we'll get ready for the next one. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, lots of good stuff. Mark Champion, he's a Bloomberg opinion columnist. He's going to give us the latest on what is happening in the Mideast, a very fluid situation, but he is on top of it. And then we're going to get the market call from Caterina Simonetti, Senior Vice President at Morgan Stanley Private Wealth Management. And then we're going to talk about Amazon. We got Amazon earnings coming up this week. We're going to roundtable this discussion because this is a technology company. It's also a retail company. So we'll go to Anurag Rana. He covers the technology, the cloud, and Poonam Goyal, she covers for Bloomberg Intelligence, both of them. She covers the retail side. So we got it all covered there for you in this hour. Let's kick it off with Mr. John Tucker.
All right, thanks, Paul and Molly. And this Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by Interactive Brokers. IBKR's redesigned Fundamentals Explorer provides comprehensive worldwide fundamentals data to clients at no cost. Take your research to the next level. Visit ibkr.com. Well, the major stock averages mixed to little change as we await a slew of earnings, the Fed decision this week, and also a raft of economic reports. Right now, 5 of the so-called Magnificent 7 tech companies will be delivering earnings this week. That starts tomorrow. In the S&P 500, we have 3 of the 11 major industry groups higher right now. Healthcare, the best performer, and energy is the biggest drag right now. Dominic Constant, meantime, at Mizuho Securities, isn't too worried about stocks.
Right now, the risk assets are in a sort of relatively safe place. Obviously, when we get the extent to which there's a harder landing and earnings are turning down, that's when you worry about risk assets. And maybe the S&P makes a few more new highs and then sort of takes a bit of a tumble later this year.
With the news that Amazon's dropping the iRobot deal, shares right now of iRobot down just about 10%. Overall, the S&P 500, 2 points lower, 48.88 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 30 points. And the NASDAQ 100 right now, call it dead flat, absolutely unchanged. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Molly and Paul.
I mean, John, you look at the indexes. I mean, there's nothing going on there.
I don't want to say boring because news is never boring. We have to find something to spice it up a little, I suppose.
A big unched on the day, as Paul likes to say.
Yeah, I like it. Because that's what used to come up on your screen. There's
no
change. UNCH.
Yeah, it still does, I think.
Does it? Okay. Does it? Okay.
All right, well, we've got our equities reporter here, Nora Melinda, to fill us all in. And you get the news straight from Nora. She will tell you right here live in the Interactive Broker studio. Nora, what are you looking at this morning?
Let's take a look at Western Digital. Those shares are up as much as 3.8% after Kyoto News reported that Kioxia Holdings is exploring ways to revive merger talks with the computer hardware and storage company. Analysts have expressed that this is some positivity around this on the prospect of industry consolidation. An analyst over at Wedbush said, a consolidation should yield longer-term market dynamics benefiting investors in both Kioxia and Western Digital.
I mean, I just hear consolidation all the time. I'm like, where is Genry?
Where's Genry? I mean,
I just feel like this
can
is
this
not
deal
a good
get
idea.
approved?
I don't know.
I mean, can this be pushed through?
And that these analysts are positive that this is going to happen? Who are these people? Are they not seeing this isn't working?
So here's a call from Mizuho Securities on this. Quote, I doubt WDC wants to merge with Kioxia, given they know China regulators would have final approval and would unlikely grant it.
Check that out.
There
All
you
right.
go. There's always that. I mean,
Jordan Klein knows what he's talking about.
Yep, very good.
Mizuho there.
Mizuho, very good. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, anytime you hear a deal talk, you got to step back and say, okay, who's got to approve this thing and where are we? It's not just the European Union and the U.S., now you have to do the UK because UK now out of the European Union, they've got their own regulatory.
And China regulators,
and
too.
the China regulators for a lot of those businesses.
And speaking of the EU, looking back at iRobot, we've got iRobot really taking a nosedive this morning.
Because a deal didn't go through.
Of course, back on the topic. Shares are tumbling as much as 19% for the lowest level since 2009. And this all comes after, as John mentioned, Amazon dropped its $1.4 billion deal to acquire the Roomba vacuum maker. Amazon has really been tussling with these EU regulators over antitrust laws for some time, but has ultimately thrown in the towel. The company is now agreeing to pay iRobot $94 million in termination fees.
I mean, iRobot, this is the Bloomberg reporting, as John Tucker touched on in some of his earlier reports. iRobot, which has been struggling recently, said Chief Executive Officer, I think, get my point.
Stepped down.
Yes, stepped down at the company as the company embarks on a restructuring plan that will result in about 350 job cuts, or 31% of the workforce. So that's not good for that.
I gotta say, this kind of sounds a little bit like Spirit to me, you know, like when they're just, this is like the lifeline for this smaller company.
Yep.
You know, JetBlue in that situation probably going to be okay. I think safe to say Amazon will be more than okay. But what happens to these smaller companies that are depending on a deal like this to go through?
Right. And it's super interesting that you bring that up because Amazon and iRobot have been close partners for quite a few years. And actually, Amazon has been iRobot's biggest customer, at sometimes accounting for more than a quarter of its sales.
Yep, good stuff. How about our friends at SoFi Technologies?
Yes, on the flip side, surging.
Fintech. Is this fintech?
And no deals here.
No
Just
deals.
on
We're
their
moving
own.
along.
Organic growth.
Organic here. SoFi is surging as much as 24% for its biggest one-day gain since August of 2022. It's climbing after the fintech company reported earnings that showed it reached profitability for the very first time. This is huge, as we spoke about earlier. Analysts were expecting the company to report fourth quarter net income of $9.9 million, and SoFi reported $48 million. So that's a massive blowout.
Whoa.
No one was really expecting this, as you can see. And the company said that 2024 will be a transition year, and it definitely seems as though it is right on track for that.
Sounds like a positive transition if today's any note of it. Yeah.
Yeah, CEO Anthony Noto, former banker at Goldman Sachs, former executive at the NFL, West Point graduate, played football for Army. He's had a heck of a career, and he's the CEO now of this company and doing a good job there. We appreciate it. Norma, Linda, thank you so much. Good stuff there, getting the update on what's happening out there in the markets. Again, the indexes are pretty much unchanged on the day, perhaps awaiting the raft of economic data this week, as well as obviously the big tech earnings. Of course, investors also grappling with geopolitical tensions, which seem to be escalating, if anything. Let's get the latest from Mark Champion. He's a Bloomberg opinion columnist. Mark, what's kind of the latest news here? What's getting your focus amongst all the various moving parts that make up today's Middle East?
Well, you know, obviously there are sort of two big pieces here. The first is there are negotiations underway led by the U.S. together with Egypt, Qatar, where they're trying to get to a ceasefire in Gaza. And that would really change, create an opportunity really to just sort of change the direction of travel in the Middle East, which is a very damaging one for the U.S. and for U.S. interests. And ultimately for Israel. So if they can get to a deal there, that's probably the most important thing that can happen right now, is just to create a kind of breathing space where people can start to try and solve some of the escalatory problems that are happening to do with Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, and so on. And then the second part is, kind of working very much against that is the drone strike over the weekend by Iran-backed militias that killed several American troops. That is going to force a response from the Biden administration. The pressure on them to do something pretty dramatic will be very high. And yet they will also, have to kind of walk high wire there, because the last thing that they need is another escalating war with Iran, which is, a whole different ballgame from dealing with a player like Hamas, a non-state actor like Hamas. And then you're really sort of moving into areas of big movements in the oil price and so on if you get major escalation there.
Hey, Mark,
so very difficult moment.
Your fellow Bloomberg opinion columnist James Stavridis, Navy Admiral, former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO, has a piece on the Bloomberg terminal today saying the U.S. must strike back at Iran. A deadly drone attack that cost American lives requires a swift, precise, and meaning military response. I mean, he's talking something on the lines of perhaps a 5 to 7 day concerted program there. Is that type of, response, is that kind of, are you hearing that that's being discussed in, I guess, the Pentagon?
The details, I mean, it's interesting that it's a great piece in which he goes through the options that they will have to look at. And there are a lot of options there. It starts with, cyber attacks, the kind of covert attacks that can be done that would, hurt quite significantly Iranian interests, but not, have the public profile that would force the Iranians into an escalatory retaliation. And then, yes, then he moves on to, the other options, which are much more public and much more aggressive. But neither he nor I think, know exactly where the Pentagon is going to fall down on its recommendations, and they will always give a range of options to the president, from which he will choose according to how much risk he wants to take. I'm sure that it will come in the next few days, and or at least in the next couple of weeks. But what it will be, it's quite hard to predict.
I wonder also, is there a role that Congress plays in all of this too, or can Joe Biden and the Pentagon really act, with the authorities that they have in the executive branch here? Because of course we've seen a lot of these issues of aid and other funding for wars overseas really get tied up with stalemates in Congress.
Yeah, well, I mean, in a sense, this is easier than money, in that the president does have discretion to take quite, fairly significant action. If he's going to start a major war that would, require land forces and so on, which is really not on the table, then he'd probably have to go to Congress. But in terms of a retaliatory strike against the militias that were responsible for killing American soldiers, or Iranian interests, there's the U.S. has done this quite often before.
Hey, Mark, in your Bloomberg Opinion piece today, there's so much great work out there from you and your Bloomberg Opinion columnists today and every day. You kind of talk about the issue of the Gaza ceasefire deal. From your perspective, matters more than deterrence. What do you mean by that?
Yeah. So what I really mean there is that the U.S. is going to have to do something, and it's going to have to put down a marker. But we're in a long cycle of these kinds of events with militias like the Houthis in Yemen and with Iran over the years. It's very difficult to deter these kinds of rogue states and rogue militias. The Houthis are a classic example. The U.S., has been firing, to destroy their missiles and arms depots and so on, and is trying to, set some kind of deterrence. But the Houthis don't seem to care in the least, and have sort of celebrated, the attention that they get as a result. So I'm not saying that they shouldn't do anything. I'm just saying that if you really, the biggest thing that has changed in the last few months, the reason why until October the 7th, there had not been for months and in Iraq for a year any strikes against U.S. assets, U.S. troops. And suddenly we've got, like 150, 160 of them in a few months. That is the war in Gaza. So if you want to try and start turning this around, probably the most efficient thing that you can do would be to get a ceasefire in Gaza, and that will make a lot more things possible.
So, Mark, we've rattled off of several involved parties here, and just to keep myself and all of the listeners tuned in as far as like who's who in this conflict, we have, of course, Israel and Hamas, you know, the primary actors in the war in Gaza. But then we've also have Hezbollah in Lebanon. There's the, you know, Houthi militia out of Yemen. There's the drone strike that just happened in Jordan. I'm trying to keep track of all of this. Can you maybe help talk us through, you know, who all of these different parties are, and, you know, is this all related to the same initial conflict of fighting over Gaza?
It's a really good question. So there's, you know, there's two questions in there. You know, who are they and how are they related? And you know, there's like a wide circle or an arc around Israel. These are what they call themselves, you know, the axis of resistance, and they are loosely organized by Iran, and they are armed by Iran, and they have a kind of common agenda with Iran, which is to do with, you know, driving the U.S. out of the region, and what they also have in common that they're opposed to the state of Israel. So you have Hezbollah in Lebanon, which is just to the north, on the northern border of Israel. Then you have these various militias. I won't try and name them all at the moment, but you know, there's a whole bunch of them in Iraq and operating in Syria also. You know, in Syria, they're also on the border with Israel. Then you have, you know, going south, just south of, at the bottom of the Red Sea on the Saudi Arabian Peninsula, you have the Houthis who are in Yemen. They also work closely with the Iranians, are armed by the Iranians. And so you have all these, and that's why, you know, people focus on Iran, because it's, you know, as the Saudi king once says, Iran is the head of the snake. So that's the one part. Then, you know, how are they all related to Gaza? Well, you know, Gaza has given them a cause and a kind of license to act out against U.S. interests, against Israel, and you know, it has given them some kind of protection and cover. So, you know, it's very difficult for the Saudis or the UAE or Jordan or other Arab states, which would normally be much more friendly towards U.S. interests. It's very difficult for them to do anything. Saudi, you know, which was fighting the Houthis for a long time, for example, in Yemen, has now sort of stood aside and has been very neutral about, hasn't supported the U.S. strikes on the Houthis in Yemen. And part of the reason for that is that what's happening in Gaza is so unpopular in the Arab countries that it makes it very, you know, politically, the leaders in those countries find it quite dangerous to publicly be seen to do anything that would be interpreted as supporting Israel.
All right, Mark, wonderful stuff today, as always. Mark Champion, thanks so much for joining us. Mark is Bloomberg Opinion columnist. You can check out all of Mark's work and that of our other Bloomberg Opinion columnists, like Admiral Stavridis, whose work we referenced earlier. You can find that on the Bloomberg terminal or Bloomberg.com/opinion. Some fantastic work there from our opinion columnists, augmenting what we, the day-to-day reporting from Bloomberg News. So we've got the geopolitical issues around the world covered extremely well, because they are important. They are important to investors and to the markets. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Red and green on the screen. Not a lot of movement. The S&P 500 is fluctuating near its all-time high. And if you're keeping score at home, after a 3-week advance, the S&P 500 is up just about 20% since late October. This marks the busiest this season for earnings this week, that is, with results from Microsoft, Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, and Meta Platforms. And then you have Amazon abandoning its planned $1.4 billion acquisition of iRobot, sending shares of the Roomba maker tumbling about 10%. Treasury 10-year yields dropping 2 basis points to 4.1%. And then you have oil giving up the earlier advance. Traders are awaiting the U.S. response to the attacks we were just talking about. And going into this week's two-day Fed policy meeting, investors assigning roughly even odds to the prospect that the central bank will start lowering borrowing costs at its next decision in March. Might get some hint of that with this meeting. S&P 500 right now unchanged, 4890 on the index. The Dow 21 points lower. The Nasdaq 100 9 points higher right now. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Molly and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you very much. John, you'll be shocked when I admit that I wasn't really paying attention to one of your earlier stories when you said about Walmart managers, what they're making. $400,000?
And you still want to be a greeter, Paul?
Well, now, yeah, that changes everything.
Okay.
Well, yeah, but that's not unusual for some of those big box stores. There's,
those are like
I know
small
there's
businesses in and of themselves.
Lumber 24. You ever hear of that?
Yeah.
That's a big one. I know managers there. They start off somewhere in the high 300s.
Yeah, because you've got like gajillions of people working for you and all that kind of stuff.
And it requires a good degree of expertise also.
Yep.
So,
right.
you know.
The truckers there, too, I think among the best paid in the business.
Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, definitely starting salary in like the $100,000 range for sure.
Walmart is offering annual stock grants as new incentive for store managers, bringing potential pay for the most successful ones to more than $400,000. That gets your attention. But I'm going to be the best greeter I can be. That's kind of my strategy.
Probably not as lucrative, but we will cheer you on, Paul.
Okay, very good. Let's take a look at these markets here. Again, I mean, you kind of think about, 2023 and the rip we had there at the end of the year. It's like almost when I come into 2024, now what do I do? It seems like I might have gotten all my performance at the end of 23. Let's check in with Katerina Simonetti. She probably has some good views here. She's the Senior Vice President at Morgan Stanley Private Wealth Management. So, Katerina, what's kind of the message you started off 2024 with your clients here after, a pretty good 2023?
Paul and Molly, thank you for having me on the show. Yes, surprisingly good end of 2023, where investors seem to be so excited about the potential for the rate cuts. We saw this, pretty remarkable year end, and also, somewhat unusual was the fact that the 7 large stocks essentially carried the market. So if you look at the performance that investors experienced in some of the broad indexes like S&P 500, for example, there were 2 stories of the index. There was a story of these magnificent 7 stocks and then the rest of the market. So when we look at 24, it definitely continues being the story of the Fed. And it is really the timeline of the rate cuts that we're looking at, first. And then, of course, the earnings, because to some degree, it is a little bit confusing for investors to figure out what they're hoping for. Are they hoping that rates are going to start coming down soon? And we have significant doubts that the Fed is going to start cutting in March. Or are they hoping for good earnings for the stocks that they have in their portfolio? We think it's a little bit of both.
Well, let's delve into that timeline for the Fed rate cuts, because I feel like, you can ask 5 people and get 10 different answers on this of when the Fed cuts are going to start. We hear March the earliest. Our previous guest said, fourth quarter the earliest. So where do you stand in all that, Katerina? What do you think?
Well, we think that March is a bit aggressive. And in our view, we expect that the rates cuts are going to start in June. And of course, economic data will be something that will have to support it. So we are going to have to see some weakness because after all, we can't forget that the rate cuts, it's economic stimulus. This is what we do to stimulate the economy. But the question, of course, also is, would Fed be willing to do something preemptively? If this week is a huge week, we have earnings, we have job data, we have the Fed meeting that is coming up, and perhaps they give us some guidance as far as what they think on the timeline, because if economy remains strong, is it something that they're going to be willing to do? But in our view, we expect less rate cuts that market is pricing in.
All right, Katerina, what are you telling your clients here in 2024 in terms of maybe stocks versus bonds? Is it client specific, or do you have a kind of a balanced approach you like to take? What's your message?
Well, our biggest message to clients right now is get out of cash. We tend to have a little bit of, get out of cash, because we tend to have a little bit of a short-term memory. And, when we think about it, it seems like we've been earning 5% on cash forever. But reality is that it hasn't even been a year. And our biggest conversations right now is extending the duration of fixed income portfolios, getting out of cash, positioning both in high quality equity, not necessarily the stocks that have done so well in the previous year, but maybe taking some profits there, but making sure that we have a nice, high quality, well-balanced portfolios on the equity side. We like healthcare, we like industrials, we see opportunities in financials, but on the fixed income side, even more importantly, we're looking at extending the duration and the quality, because this is this remarkable opportunity of picking up some of these high quality bonds and enjoying that 5% yield for longer.
Is there a lot of that out there? I mean, especially looking at corporate issuance, like you're seeing much in that longer duration tenor?
Well, Molly, there is longer duration, but there's also intermediate. And when we're looking really about, that message of getting out of cash, even getting a CD that is few years out, looking at some corporate bonds, investment grade corporate bonds, just kind of trying to get as much of that yield as possible. We might not be able to get that yield going out 15, 20 years, but when we look 5 years out, 7 years out, this is really something that is still out there. Absolutely.
So on the equity side of the equation here, are there some sectors that you and your team like right here that you're trying to convey to your clients?
Well, Paul, the first message is, of course, trying to, again, getting away from the tech names that did so well, right? And it's the hardest thing to do, to know when to take a profit and to reallocate, to the areas that maybe have not done well but are positioned, in our opinion, better. And when we look historically, usually, after the rate cuts, large cap is this sector, that usually just performs better immediately, but small and mid cap stocks, are not that far after. And in our view, with the potential for rate cuts, but also with some of the geopolitical concerns that we are dealing with, especially, some of the news that came out over the weekend as example, we really, our return expectations for this year, the risk reward are kind of low. We are setting expectations to the clients that this is going to be the year where we position, where we get those quality positions, where we make sure that our portfolios are well diversified. We do like healthcare, we like industrials, we like financials, we like just generally dividend paying stocks as this core building block of the portfolios, but we're also setting timeline expectations that this is the positioning that is going to be more for 25 and even 26, after the rate cuts, after that stimulus hits the market, when there is another wave of growth that clients will be able to enjoy.
So Paul is a huge fan of the Russell 2000, and I know it is a burning question for him. Is there a magnificent seven of the Russell 2000?
That's, how many sevens would it take to really make an impact, in the index that has 2,000 stocks? That's the question. So I think that the answer there is just broad index versus stock picking. And in our view, this is very much the year for the stock picking, where valuations and earnings and competitive positioning of these individual names, of the individual stocks, will make all the difference in the world for the the investment portfolios for that alpha, that excess return above the market. And we actually would encourage investors to, some would take profits and decrease their positions in the broad indexes that benefited from some of the stocks that, performed well last year.
Katerina, one last question, about 30 seconds. What do you do with alternative investments? How do you kind of position them for your clients?
We think alternative investments, as far as diversifier or even return amplifier, play an essential role in the portfolio where appropriate. It just really takes time to get educated in that space. But we think that at least 10-15% of the portfolio, could really benefit from some alternative exposure.
Katerina, thanks so much for joining us. As always, Katerina Simonetti. She is a Senior Vice President of Morgan Stanley Private Wealth Management, joining us to give us her thoughts on these markets here. And again, we think about the 60-40 portfolio. It performed last year.
Yeah.
Thanks to that rally
Very much
in
so.
bonds in November, December. Not so much in 2022, though. I mean, those historic losses in the fixed income space.
I mean, but you're always looking for a rebound year, right? I mean, that was like a rebound to the max. You just have to wonder, if you're sitting out here now, is this too good to be true? Can this keep going? I mean, I think, to our previous guest was saying, clients are anxious and wondering those same questions right now. I get it. I'd be nervous too.
Yep, absolutely. So and Katerina, there, the folks at Morgan Stanley, get out of cash. That was a clear message as well. Right now, let's head on down to Washington, D.C. We'll get world and national news with Amy Morris.
All right, thank you, Paul. And Molly, President Biden under growing pressure to confront Iran directly after a weekend drone strike killed 3 U.S. soldiers over the weekend. Bloomberg opinion columnist Mark Champion says the president has a number of options.
Possibly the most effective way that the Iranian Americans could do this is to do it covertly, to hit something very sensitive that the Iranians really care about, but then they aren't driven politically to respond and create an escalation. But in an election year in the U.S., doing something covertly may not really be politically viable for President Biden.
Mark Champion of Bloomberg opinion, Iran is denying any involvement in that attack. A Republican lawmaker involved in negotiations on a bipartisan Senate border bill says a number of senators are making judgments based on internet rumors and misinformation. Oklahoma Senator James Langford tells CBS's Face the Nation a bipartisan Senate border bill will pass.
Do not have a vote count yet on this because everybody's got to be able to read it to be able to go through, but I do feel very positive about it because even the initial feedback has been good.
Senator Langford downplayed any influence of former President Trump, who, former president said, has a substantial stockpile of cash at his disposal. But 2 major verdicts in New York threaten to wipe out most, if not all of it. Bloomberg's Laura Davison.
If he is ultimately has to pay all the damages that that has so far judges have ordered, but I'll note that all of these are under appeal. It could really wipe out his cash. He could be forced to sell some properties. These are things like his golf clubs, Trump Tower, and this could be a real damaging blow to the former president.
Bloomberg's Laura Davison tells us that under a worst-case scenario, Trump stands to lose up to 15% of his net worth on the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
updates, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Major averages right now, a little changed. Investors kind of on the sidelines waiting for earnings, economic reports, and, of course, the Federal Reserve delivers a policy decision this week. Torsten Slok, chief economist at Apollo Management, thinks they should signal that lower rates are headed our way.
If you use a traditional frameworks, the traditional way of thinking for the Federal Reserve, there are some signs that because inflation has come down so much, that we should already begin to see soon the Fed begin to cut rates.
Microsoft, Alphabet, they open their books tomorrow. Apple, Amazon, Meta Platforms report earnings Thursday. The results will go a long way towards setting the overall tone of the market. Remember, tech about 30% of the weight in the S&P 500. Right now, the S&P 500 just 3 points higher at 48.94. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 1 point higher. The NASDAQ 100 up 28 points, and that's a rise of just about 0.2%. The two-year yield 1 basis point lower, 433, and the 10-year, the benchmark, that's down 3 basis points. That's at 410 right now. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Molly and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Molly Smith and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Also streaming live on YouTube, so you can head over to youtube.com. You can search Bloomberg Radio. You can go to the search podcast, and you'll find a link there and all that kind of good stuff. All right, big earnings week this week. We've got Amazon, Molly, after the close Thursday. So I think it's time to get a preview of what we might see from Amazon. And when you talk about Amazon these days, it's both a retail story, e-tail, and a tech story.
E-tail, I like
with
that.
Its cloud. Yeah, with its cloud. So what do you do? How do you get an expert on both? Well, you go to Bloomberg Intelligence. Because we have Poonam Goyal. She's a Bloomberg Intelligence senior analyst for e-commerce and all that retail stuff. She joins us here, as does Anurag Rana, senior analyst on the tech side for Bloomberg Intelligence. Poonam, let's start with you here. I'm going to go back to the roots of Amazon as a retail story here. What do you expect to see and hear from Amazon this quarter about that core retail biz?
I think the retail business will be very strong for the fourth quarter. We already saw it in some of the industry numbers that were reported back in November and December, with really strong online sales, especially in November, and that momentum kind of continuing into December. So from the retail side, we expect Amazon to report a much stronger 4Q, and they'll still be driven, Paul, by the third-party marketplace. So, Amazon's business is 1P and third party, where they sell stuff on their own, and then they have sellers sell on the platform. We think the third party business will continue to outpace first party, but both will have strong growth rates.
Right, and that's just, that's just one piece of Amazon's business. I mean, granted, a big piece, but just one of them. So, Anurag, why don't you tell us a bit about the Amazon Web Service component and what you're expecting out of that?
Yeah, thank you. So, AWS is the biggest cloud infrastructure vendor out there. And what we have seen over the last 2 years, it has been a bit of slowdown in the growth rates of AWS. And the reason for that is it's a variable pricing model. You pay what you use. And in this economic downturn in the last, I would say, 1.5 to 2 years, companies are dialing back on their cloud usage. It's one way for them to control their cost. So that doesn't mean that they are not embracing cloud at the same pace. They're not just using as much. But we think that takes a U-turn either in this quarter or the next quarter. We are fairly optimistic based on a survey we did. We think, we are coming to a point with easy comparisons. So we are fairly optimistic that over the next 12 months, we'll see a rebound in growth rates for AWS and by default for Microsoft also.
So, Anurag, if I'm Amazon Web Services, how do I position myself in this AI discussion here? I mean, if I'm the IR person, what am I telling my executives to say when they get on this conference call?
One of the most important things, I think the message they have been telling people is, you don't really need just OpenAI to go out and build your AI, you could say, strategy. they work with a lot of open source companies or AI vendors that have the large language models. They work with Meta, for example. They really promote a lot of Meta's large language model. So if I'm a company, you can go out and choose whichever raw material you want, whichever large language model that you want, but you can host that on AWS, and that's how they're going to make money, is by giving the building blocks of AI to companies.
So, Poonam, let's come back to the retail side of it. Obviously, the big news with Amazon today, the termination of the $1.4 billion deal with iRobot. Going to say again, pretty sure Amazon's going to be okay. But maybe you could tell us a little bit more about, like, is this really material for them that this deal didn't go through? And of course, this we just keep hammering it time and time again. This M&A outlook, it's really tough.
Yeah, we talked about this a little earlier, and it's not material to Amazon. Just looking at the size of it, right? $1 billion, a little more than $1 billion on Amazon's scale of over $600 billion in GMV. It doesn't move the needle at all. But that said, it just reinforces our view that we've had for a long time that acquisitions for these companies will be more difficult given the scrutiny that they're under. So we do think that organic growth is what Amazon is going to have to focus on, and we think there's plenty of it on the retail side, on the advertising side, and on the cloud side.
Just a little redhead crossing the Bloomberg terminal. I'll bring to your attention Renault to cancel Ampere IPO. So not good news for the IPO market. We'll get some reporting on that coming up. And Poonam, with the e-commerce side of Amazon, what's your sense, talking to the Amazons of the world, the Walmarts of the world, how's the consumer these days and how's the spending out there?
The spending is pretty good, surprisingly. We've been talking about the consumer possibly falling off and really slowing down their spend, but we haven't seen it. The holiday numbers suggest the spending is strong. I'd still say, though, I think people are picking and choosing where they spend. They're deciding where they want to spend their dollars, and Amazon has been a place where they're more likely to spend it, given the fact that they get speed, convenience, and really everything that they want from there. But that said, I do think that on the low end, you could see some issues arise as inflation and other concerns really do hamper their spending power.
So, Anurag, Poonam was just saying how the growth story for Amazon is really going to come more from organic growth rather than acquiring it. So tell us about, on the cloud side, if you see a lot of organic growth opportunities coming from that business.
Yeah, no, we expect actually growth to pick up. We think the growth is going to be closer to 20% by the end of this year. This is a market that has a long, I would say, runway. Overall, cloud spending is still less than 20% of total tech spending, somewhere in that 20 to 25% range. I think we have a long way to go, and Amazon is right in the middle of it. They are the biggest cloud infrastructure vendor, as I said, with over 40% of the market share. So I feel fairly optimistic that this year we're going to see a rebound.
So in the cloud infrastructure side of it, who do they compete against? And is that 40% market share something that they have to defend? Is that something they can grow? How's the competitive landscape look in the infrastructure space?
Yeah, in 5 years, if they are able to maintain it, I'll be very happy with that, because what has happened is, Microsoft has really gone out big over the last, 7, 8, 10 years, and it is now the second biggest vendor. Now, surprisingly enough, this is a space where the smaller vendors cannot really make a dent, because you need a lot of capital expenditures to come up with a cloud model, or infrastructure business. You just can't do it in your garage. You really need billions of dollars of data centers in order to, really be good at this business. So right now there are two big vendors. It's AWS and it's Microsoft Azure, and then after that we have Google and the likes of Oracle and IBM after that.
So last one here for you, Poonam, just quick on the 30 seconds, looking at pharmacy and grocery for Amazon. What are the next developments there?
There's a long way to go there. We think they're still in very early innings, and it's a harder market for them to crack. With grocery, they're trying to build out their fresh business, but we really haven't seen that much progress there. And on pharmacy, they're still very, very early on. So those are businesses that we haven't even factored into our growth scenario for Amazon.
Wow, yeah, that seems like a tough nut for them to crack, and for a lot of people. All right, Poonam Goyal, Anurag Rana, two of our best analysts at Bloomberg Intelligence. Also, absolutely, some of our very first folks we brought on board at Bloomberg Intelligence many moons ago. But they give us a little preview there of Amazon, because it is the giant retailer, and it is a significant player in the cloud business. So you got to bring the two expert areas together, which we can do at Bloomberg Intelligence. And you can find Poonam's and Anurag's research, as well as the other 400 analysts at Bloomberg Intelligence. BIGO on the Bloomberg terminal. Best research on this. This is Bloomberg.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom. Look at some of the company news. Feels like we're overdosing on Amazon. Here's another one from Amazon.com. They're joining their streaming peers like Netflix, Disney, and Peacock. They're going to start running ads on the Prime Video service today. So besides generating new revenue for the advertising business, the e-commerce giant betting it can persuade viewers to shop from their TVs. And of course, Amazon has the potential to upend the status quo here because it's the world's largest online retailer with detailed shopping profiles on the Prime Video viewers. More regulatory news. The Office of the Controller of the Currency is going to take a tougher approach to evaluating mergers. This is specific to banks because that's what they cover. So this includes eliminating certain automatic approvals. This is a proposal that is being released today. Top regulators, including the Federal Reserve, have pledged to increase scrutiny of bank mergers. Back in July, you'll remember, top Justice Department antitrust lawyers said they're weighing a revamp of how they scrutinize bank mergers. Tesla has removed language about minority workers and supporting employee resource groups after the CEO, Elon Musk's recent comments criticizing diversity initiatives. Musk has repeatedly denounced diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts in recent weeks on social media, calling them literally the definition of racism. As you'll recall, Musk also sparked controversy last year after he endorsed an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory on X. And Boeing CEO Calhoun facing analysts and investors. And Boeing will have its earnings on Wednesday.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, looking at these markets right here, not a lot of movement at the index level. Most of the morning, we could say that S&P's up 0.1%, the Dow's unchanged, and the Nasdaq's up about 0.3%. Yields come in slightly here. The 10-year Treasury is down about 4 basis points, 4.09% on your 10-year Treasury. In the commodity space, WTI crude oil off 1.6%. Let's call it just under $77 a barrel. Gold a little bit higher, $2,027 an ounce. And Bitcoin, we'll call that out for Tom Keene, up 2.9%, 43,100. So rebounding off of those recent selling days for Bitcoin. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. We'll get world and national news with Immerse.
All right, thank you, Paul. 3 U.S. service members were killed, dozens more wounded in a drone strike in Jordan carried out by Iran-backed militants. White House National Security Council spokesman John Kirby talked with ABC News about the president's options.
He's going to have to weigh what the options are going to be. There will be a response. This was a consequential attack, no question about it.
Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez of Texas says this whole thing reminds him of the environment just before 9/11.
No one heard of Al-Qaeda before, but they were bombing the USS Cole. They were bombing embassies leading up to that. Feels the exact same way.
That's Texas Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez. President Biden is vowing to respond, and the Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin says the U.S. will take all necessary actions to defend the troops. We could learn as soon as today what the energy efficiency requirements will be for gas and electric stoves and ovens. The topic of gas stoves ignited a heated debate last year when a Biden appointee suggested they could be banned because they posed a risk to human health. But a ban is not in the works, and the administration is finalizing now a scaled-back plan to make new stoves less energy intensive. The Washington Post reports the rules would not affect the stoves in people's kitchens or those that are currently on the market. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton continues to press the issue of transgender health care for kids. He's ordering a Georgia telehealth clinic to turn over the records of any Texas family that came seeking information about gender transition. Attorney Karen Lowy, who represents Texas families of transgender children, says this is a scare tactic.
The kinds of things that he's seeking would be considered protected healthcare information. I mean, the bottom line is he has zero jurisdiction to go after entities with no Texas connection.
Attorney Karen Lowy says she's been informed of other organizations that have received similar requests. Last year, Paxton sought records from the Seattle Children's Hospital, and they sued to block the release. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg. Paul and Molly.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. We appreciate that. All right, Molly, last hour we talked about the men's Australian Open. How about the women? How did that play out?
Yeah, kind of in line with expectations, actually, in terms of who won. Aryna Sabalenka, the defending champion, was able to back up her title for the first time that's happened in 10 years. So well done to her. Yeah, she played a Chinese player, Qin Wen Zhang, who this was her first major final. She's now rated inside the top 10, but I don't think anyone really knew a whole lot about her before Saturday. Honestly, she's still probably not all that well known to the casual tennis community, I'll call it.
Which is me.
Yeah, I think the expectation was for Aryna to win this in a straightforward way, and she did. So
where is she ranked, Sabalenka, here in the top?
Number 2.
Number 2 behind
Swiatek.
Swiatek.
You love saying that one.
Okay.
Yes.
So So Sabalenka, I remember seeing her at the U.S. Open.
Lost in the
player.
final to
Yeah.
Coco.
Yeah,
Yep.
very strong player.
Yeah, she is. She really just hits the ball harder than any other woman out there, has really just improved her consistency, her mental fortitude. She really used to have a lot of meltdowns on the court, used to be double faulting in the double digits per match. I don't think she even had one maybe in the final. She really has cleaned it up, gotten it together. So she's just a top force, especially on the hard court circuit, and then rounding it out with Swiatek, Kogo, and Rybakina. Those four going to be tough to crack in the women's game.
All right, good stuff. Good. We'll get ready for the next big tournament, but Australia, the first of the Grand Slams. We are going to have Balance of Power. That comes up from Washington, D.C. with Joe Matthew. Balance of Power. That starts right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Welcome to Balance of Power. I'm Kaylee Lyons in for Joe Matthew today as we have our eyes at home and abroad. Tensions escalating in the Middle East after a drone attack on a base in Jordan kills 3 U.S. troops and injures dozens more. The White House is vowing a response, but how provocative will they be? We'll have more with Bloomberg's Peter Martin this hour, plus get some analysis from Dan Mouton of the Atlantic Council. Plus, the House returns to Washington today as we look to see if a deal brought by Senate negotiators in the White House could be on the floor this week and whether it's going to go anywhere in the House of Representatives. And Bloomberg's Billy House and Laura Davison will be with us on that. Plus, we have to talk to Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis as well. Our political panel will be here with us to give us their thoughts. First, though, let's get a check on the market. And as always, we do that with Charlie Pellet. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We have got stocks right now trading a little changed. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. SoFi shares, they are surging the most since July after reaching profitability for the first time, taking the fintech one step closer to CEO Anthony Noto's goal of turning the former anti-bank into a top 10 financial institution. In Washington, the Labor Department will be issuing a key economic report this week. It is the monthly jobs report that comes out on Friday. And with a preview, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Forecasts suggest payroll growth moderated a bit during January after breaking above the 200,000 mark in December. The median, a gain of 180,000. We'll get the data Friday. The U.S. labor market outlook is hazy, though jobless claims remain historically low. Bloomberg Economics sees the labor market cooling rapidly, with hiring limited to a handful of industries. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
And right now we do have the U.S. stock market, as I mentioned, trading mixed. We have got the S&P 500 index higher by 5. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 13 points right now. Lower a little change, down less than 1/10%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 46, higher by 0.3%. 10-year 4.09% with a 2-year 4.33%. Spot gold up $8.50 the ounce to $20.27, up by 0.4%. And West Texas Intermediate crude pulling back today, down 1.2%, 77.06 for a barrel of WTI. So again, recapping mixed markets right now. We've got stocks swinging between gains and losses. S&P right now higher by 4 points, up 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That Kaylee Lyons is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you very much. We return to the situation in the Middle East as the White House at this hour is weighing potential responses to a drone strike conducted by Iran-backed militants that killed 3 U.S. troops on a base in Jordan and injured dozens more. The president over the weekend said that those responsible will be held to account in a manner and at a time of his choosing. While there's some pressure coming from Congress, hawkish senators like Lindsey Graham or John Cornyn, who are actually pushing the administration to strike Iran directly, something that the U.S. has not actually done in decades, and that they may be hesitant to do because of concerns around escalating what's happening in the Middle East. Iran, I should point out, has said that accusations it was directly involved in this attack are baseless and said that resistant groups in the region do not take orders directly from the Islamic Republic. So let's get the latest now with Peter Martin, who is Bloomberg's global defense and intelligence correspondent and is joining me here in studio. So, Peter, do we know, first of all, how directly involved Iran was? Are we taking Tehran at its word here?
I think it's fair to say that American officials treat those Iranian statements with a high degree of skepticism. Iran has, as you know, a network of proxies throughout the region. Some of those proxies are very tightly controlled. Others, there's a little bit more leeway. But when it comes to taking decisions about killing American soldiers, about supplying these proxy groups long term, I think it's fair to say that the administration looks at Iran as very much culpable here.
Well, and the fact that 3 soldiers were killed in this isn't the first time we have seen U.S. troops as casualties of what has been going on in the Middle East since October 7th and this war erupted between Israel and Hamas. So theoretically, you would maybe expect that this would be the strongest response to anything we have seen because troops actually died. But how strong is strong here? When they're saying it's going to be stronger than the current operations they're conducting, going after the Houthis and these Iranian proxies, what options realistically are on the table?
Well, you know, the administration needs to tread a very careful line here. They've been worried ever since the outbreak of hostilities following the October 7th attacks that there's the potential here for a broader regional war. There have been clashes on Israel's northern border with Hezbollah. There have been the Houthi attacks that you mentioned. And of course, there have been these attacks by Iranian proxies from Iraq and Syria, which most recently led to this watershed moment where U.S. soldiers died. So the administration is going to be looking to send a very strong message. Those that we've spoken to have said that they recognize that the response needs to go above and beyond what's happened before. When it comes to something like striking Iran directly, that's a pretty difficult decision to take, and it's something that certainly would risk a kind of broader regional conflict, and they're going to be pretty cautious about that.
And is the primary concern that Iran would retaliate in kind, or that it would just kind of exacerbate what we're already seeing with these Iranian proxies and the activity and operations that they're conducting specifically? I guess my question is, would Iran really want to go after the U.S. directly either?
The assumption ever since October 7th but from U.S. officials has been that Iran, too, has a lot to lose, right? They're on the threshold of having a nuclear weapon. They are benefiting in many ways from being able to strike at Israel through proxy attacks and also strike at U.S. forces, but without very much direct risk to themselves. Now, critics of the administration's approach have said that unless the U.S. is willing to put Iran and its own assets at risk, then there's the risk that these attacks will just continue to escalate and won't be deterred. The administration, on the other hand, has said that they need to take a cautious approach because there's a lot at stake here. It's the broader regional economy. There's the threat of prices increasing as attacks on shipping increase in the Red Sea. So a lot of different things to weigh.
Well, and of course, that's why it took so long for the U.S. together with allies to actually move to offensive, even against the Houthis. For a long time, it was just defense and deterrence in the Red Sea until those strikes began a number of weeks ago. And of course, Peter, when we first saw that initial strike launched, the U.S. together with the U.K., we've seen, I believe, about 8 of them now. It was done while the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, was still at Walter Reed in the hospital as he was getting treated for prostate cancer. As we weighed the response here, he's back at the Pentagon today, right?
He is. He's meeting with the NATO Secretary General today. He's back in the saddle at the Pentagon after a long delay.
Does that actually impact anything other than optically? Is it easier to kind of conduct these conversations when the stakes are so high?
I mean, the Pentagon has strenuously denied that his physical absence from the building has impacted operations, but I think it's fair to say that any organization works better when those in charge are close to what's happening.
All right, Peter Martin, Bloomberg's global defense and intelligence correspondent, thank you so much for joining me. And we want to get more analysis on the situation now with Dan Mouton, non-resident senior fellow at the Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative at the Atlantic Council's Middle East programs. Thank you so much, Dan, for joining me today. I want to read you, if I could, a quote from a Bloomberg opinion piece that was written by Admiral James Stavridis, who wrote, "The Pentagon should generate detailed strike plans to go after Iranian targets themselves. They could include warships operating in support of Yemen's Houthis. Another target set could be Iranian oil and gas platforms in the Arabian Gulf. Even more controversially, he writes, the Pentagon could consider strikes against Iranian military command and control sites. Dan, what is your assessment of what a proportionate, appropriate response would be here? Are any of those options on the table in your mind?
Hi, Kaylee, and good to join you today. I think what Admiral Stavridis portrayed in his opinion piece is absolutely part of the menu of options that that the Department of Defense, as a matter of course, would generate for the president in terms of adhering to the president's remarks yesterday that we're going to respond appropriately at a time and place of our choosing. I do think, though, it's important to note some of the other pieces that I think Peter Martin also highlighted, which is this attack did not originate from Iran. It was an Iranian proxy group versus Iranian forces directly. Now, obviously, there's culpability that Iran needs to be held accountable for, but in terms of the people and organization and kind of commands that were given to launch this attack, it's important to dig into that in terms of how we evaluate a proportional response. And when I say that, I would go back a little ways to highlight why the Department of Defense, at the president's direction, surged forces to the region after October 7th of last year, which was to prevent escalation into a regional conflict after the October 7th Hamas attack against Israel. I think in terms of the president's choices, he's going to be given this menu, and it's going to involve either striking back against elements of Hezbollah in Syria, perhaps elements in Iraq, and obviously there's going to be Iranian targets, but he's going to have to weigh the likelihood of escalation, and I'm happy to dig into that a little bit more if you'd like.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, how likely do you think it is that whatever measures the U.S. takes here would be significantly more escalatory than the measures the U.S. already has taken, the multiple strikes we have seen against Houthi targets in Yemen? Does the calculation change entirely, or at least the stakes move consequentially higher if there were to be a strike directly on Iranian territory, which we haven't seen for decades?
Haley, I do think that if we were to strike inside of Iran, that would, Kaylee, I do think if we were to strike inside Iran, that would increase the likelihood of regional escalation. Since this attack did not originate from Iran, and right now we don't know if there were literal Iranian fingerprints on these one-way attack UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles, it's hard to draw a direct line. That being said, if we move a little bit to the left and look at the organization responsible for launching the attack, there are a whole multitude of Shia militia groups in both Syria and Iraq that have been involved in attacking U.S. forces. I'd note that there's been close to 160 attacks against U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria following October 7th. Yeah. And so all of those attacks were meant to kill U.S. forces. There was an increasing likelihood over time that sooner or later something was going to, unfortunately and quite tragically, get through U.S. defenses. And when they did on Saturday, it became inevitable for us to respond. I do think in terms of the choices available, what we're likely to see is a much more comprehensive set of strikes against these Shia militia groups that are directly responsible for the attacks.
Well, and Dan, your point is well taken that this isn't necessarily Iran itself that is responsible here. And of course, we've heard from Iran in the aftermath of these attacks that the groups it backs operate independently from the direction of the Islamic Republic. They say any allegations that they were directly involved are baseless. Nonetheless, though, if it's providing money and weapons to these groups, Iran, at the end of the day, if you go down the line of fault, is in that line, right? So I just wonder how Iran's backing of these groups can realistically be stopped if the U.S. is not willing to go after Tehran directly.
And I think that's a very, very valid point, Kaylee. I think where we're going to be right now is going back over the last probably till late October up through the last few weeks. We've heard statements from Secretary Tony Blinken, UN Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield and others, Department of Defense, White House, and so forth, messaging directly to Iranian decision makers that there will be repercussions. I think at this point we should expect, any Iranian players in this attack scenario that are operating in Syria and Iraq that are directly aiding and abetting these attacks, I would expect them to be on the table in terms of what the United States is willing to target. I think thus far, it's going to be difficult, and this goes back to the desire by the U.S. administration to not escalate. It'll be difficult to choose to strike directly into Iran. Now, to Admiral Stavridis' point, there's Iranian, warships, if you will, or Iranian ships affiliated with the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps that are operating outside of Iran's territorial waters that in some instances could be very well aiding and abetting these attacks. And so that could very well be on the menu of options. And I think the Iranian government needs to be made aware of the repercussions of this continued targeting or aiding and abetting this continued targeting of U.S. forces.
So, Dan, obviously, while we await news on what the potential response from the U.S. could look like, of course, all of this is happening against the backdrop of the ongoing war between Israel and Hamas. And we know that also over the weekend, there was a summit in Paris with spy chiefs and other officials from the U.S., Egypt, Qatar, and Israel trying to reach some kind of ceasefire agreement in exchange for the rest of the hostages that are still being held in Gaza. And a headline actually just crossed the Bloomberg terminal from the Qatari prime minister saying that hostage talks are in a better place than a few weeks ago. How hopeful are you that a deal like this could actually come to fruition? And how could that change what we're seeing across the Middle East? Because theoretically, if there was a ceasefire, the Houthis wouldn't have as much reason to attack vessels in the Red Sea, right?
Indeed. So I completely agree with kind of the connection you just drew, Kaylee, to these attacks, regional escalation from October 7th. I'm quite hopeful that what was going on in Paris this past weekend, as well as the work that preceded this, and this was White House coordinator Brett McGurk going to Cairo, going to Doha, Qatar.
Right.
This was in the lead up to Director of CIA Bill Burns traveling to Europe the other day. I'm quite hopeful that this could, in fact, be an opportunity for both sides to de-escalate. This is principally right now focused on helping the government of Israel find a way out of the scenario that unfortunately it fell into following as a result of the October 7th attacks. But this is the best chance at the moment for us to find a de-escalatory path to help the government of Israel find its way out and reduce civilian suffering in the Gaza Strip.
And just finally, we have less than a minute left, Dan, but we know that there's been some discussion as to whether this should be, say, a 2-month ceasefire or a permanent ceasefire. Can Israel really agree to a permanent ceasefire at this point?
That's going to depend on the political calculus, and it's impossible, I think, for me to answer that, Kaylee. It's going to be the political calculus inside of Israel of. I personally do not think it's possible to destroy, the foundations of a terror organization. Israel can kill a lot of members of Hamas, but the cause of all this, that's going to be quite difficult, and it's going to be up to the Israeli government to determine when they've met that.
All right, Dan Mouton of the Atlantic Council, thank you so much for joining me. Really appreciate your time. Coming up next on Balance of Power, we have to turn to domestic politics and the issue of the border. So stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet. We are looking at a mixed market right now with the Dow lower, S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, Russell 2000 all higher right now. 4-point gain in the S&P at 48.95, up 0.1% to start off the new trading week. Dow Jones Industrial Average right now is lower. We've got the Dow down 17. That is a drop, though, of less than 0.1%. NASDAQ, the composite index, up 47, up 0.3%. The NASDAQ 100 index also up 47, now higher by 0.3%. 10-year 4.09% with a 2-year that is yielding 4.33%. Spot gold up $11 the ounce. Gold right now at $20.29 the ounce, up by about 0.6%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1%. WTI at $77.22 a barrel. The rally that pushed stocks deeper into a record lost a bit of its luster as we begin the new trading week. Traders bracing for a deluge of earnings and updates on the outlook for interest rates that will likely drive the direction of markets over the next few months. Ryanair Holdings says it will jump at the chance to grab any extra Boeing 737 MAX jet deliveries from airlines that don't want them, lending support to the embattled plane maker under fire for quality lapses after a mid-air panel blowout this month. Ryanair shares, they are advancing by 2.3%. Boeing, though, down by 0.3%. Again, recapping, the Dow lower, down less than 0.1%. S&P up right now by 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you. I'm Kaylee Lyons in Washington. Joe Matthew taking the day off today. But other than Joe not being here, Washington is a lot more busy on this Monday because the House is back. They returned to Washington today. In front of mind is a potential deal on the border. Senate negotiators have been working with the White House to hammer out a package, and we don't actually know what's in it yet. But even though we don't know what's in it, there's already been pushback to this deal from inside the House of Representatives and even from the Speaker himself. Mike Johnson has suggested this bill could be dead on arrival. And former President Trump has weighed in too. He posted on Truth Social over the weekend, and this is in all capital letters, a bad border deal is far worse than no border deal. So on that note, let's bring in Billy House, who covers Congress for us here at Bloomberg and joins me from Capitol Hill. So Billy, do we even know yet what's actually in this deal?
We don't know the full parameters of the deal, but we do know that it would limit crossings, surpassing 5,000 crossings a week. It would cut back on the number of people going across and restrictions on how they would get approval and asylum. The bigger thrust here is that House Republicans and conservatives and some in the Senate don't seem to want to get to yes, no matter what this bipartisan group of Senate Republicans and Democrats will come up with as a final framework. And of course, President Trump has already weighed in, and so has the Speaker. It almost seems like no matter what the final exact framework will specify, Republicans are going to say no.
So is that another way of saying, Billy, that the actual text of the bill, whatever it may be, doesn't actually decide anything about its fate in the House? It doesn't stand a chance anyway.
Well, I think what it says is that perhaps, and I don't want to be cynical here, that some Republicans see this as a far greater November political issue than the problems they are claiming occurring at the border. Both sides say a crisis at the border, but whether that crisis can be solved before the election or is it a better election ploy is the big question here.
Well, to that point, Billy, I just wonder, especially for that group of vulnerable Republicans that represent districts that voted for Biden in 2020, can they really be seen voting no? Or is their way out of this not even being brought to the floor at all?
You raise a very good point. You might be able to say that there are moderate Republicans outside New York City, for instance, in the suburbs there, who could vote no. It really wouldn't impact. But that city itself has had a migrant crisis, and it's evoked some upstate downstate rivalry as some of the overflow from New York City has been moved by the state and other entities to upstate counties. So there are stakes for even moderate Republicans in the north over what's being done with the U.S.-Mexico border. So, they can't simply vote no because their constituents in those Biden districts are both blaming Biden, perhaps, but also wondering why a solution can't be reached.
Yeah, and perhaps that is a question for the Speaker of the House, who ultimately will make a decision as to how this moves forward. Billy, just finally, how much is his decision-making right now predicated on the knowledge that he could face down a motion to vacate from, say, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene if he makes a wayward move here?
It's a very good question. I've just been told this morning that even within his own leadership team, there's worry this speaker has gotten very insular, has not reached out to other members of the team, is very quiet, doesn't tell anybody which way he's going, what he's going to do. They still don't know if they're going to vote on a tax package this week. And all that seems to revolve around this man's fear that he could face the same fate as the speaker before him, that's being an ouster by far-right Republicans.
All right, Bloomberg congressional reporter Billy House, thank you so much, as always, for joining us. We want to turn now to Bloomberg Politics editor Laura Davison, who is here with me in studio, because, Laura, we've talked extensively with Billy about the congressional side of this, but on the other side is the White House. President Biden out with a statement late on Friday talking about how a bipartisan deal should be passed. He would use his authority that this would give him to close the border. It seems like there's been a real shift of language at the White House.
Yeah, the White House has given a lot of concessions. They have been very involved in negotiations. And in some cases, some are even saying that Biden has given more than he's getting in the quest of making a deal with Republicans here. If Biden, wants this, it almost makes Trump want to make sure this doesn't happen. So you sort of see, Biden almost needs to play it cool to see if, Republicans might come on board. But as this has become real, you've really seen Republicans in the House, as Billy was talking about, really shy away from this and worry about giving Biden a win in an election year on an issue that they are polling really well on. If you look at immigration, it's a top issue right behind the economy, and Republicans do better. So they want to be able to come into office and say, yes, we can solve this, get the Democrats out of here.
Everything is tougher in an election year. Of course, it's not just the border, though, that is at play here, because the reason the White House may be at the table in the first place is because this is also part of an effort not just to address the issue on the southern border, but to try to get Ukraine aid through Congress, knowing how many in the House of Representatives specifically are hesitant to continue that funding. Is there an other alternative if this deal can't get done for the White House to get the aid that it wants for our allies?
Seemingly, no. This has been, the result of months of negotiation of the package sort of dying and coming back to life. And if they aren't able to package something that Republicans want, which was immigration with Ukraine, there is no clear path forward. Same with, other pieces of aid here, Taiwan, things that the White House wants, they have to pair it with something else. You have divided government. This is just how this works. If this all falls by the wayside, it's unclear that there's going to be another vehicle, as we head into more spending fights in early March, that this will be able to advance.
So it feels like the White House doesn't have very much leverage here. Does that seem like a fair characterization?
They don't. They have kind of given away all their leverage on the immigration piece and said, look, here's what we're willing to do. And now they have to get Republicans to accept it. And that's really, really hard because you have Senate Republicans who are a totally different animal than House Republicans and what motivates them and what they want to get done. This deal came from the Senate. House Republicans, are not afraid to buck their colleagues across the hallway and say, hey, no, we don't want to do this.
Well, it puts the Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell in a very interesting position because he has been one of the most vocal advocates on the Republican side for continuing aid to Ukraine, but we know that maybe perhaps not all of his conference is with him on that. You mentioned the influence of former President Trump here as well. I was saying at the top that he has made his feelings known on Truth Social. He says no deal is better than a bad deal. How large of a presence does he have on Capitol Hill when he's not even sitting in the Oval Office right now?
He has immense pressure on his colleagues. He is essentially the presumptive Republican nominee, not yet officially, but there would need to be a large upset on behalf of Nikki Haley for him to move forward. So he has large sway over, his colleagues who are also going to be running. This is an election year for all the House members as well. So they want to be able to show their loyalty to Trump, who, is very likely to be at the top of the ticket. And this is, how we saw Trump act as president. He would put out a tweet, a deal would be almost done. His own White House negotiators would be on Capitol Hill. deal, and Trump would say nope, and a deal would be killed, everything would be scuttled, and everyone would be scrambling. So this is, almost seeing a deja vu of the 2016 to 2020 years.
Well, and of course, what's different perhaps in this election cycle versus the one prior is that Roe v. Wade has been overturned, the Dobbs decision happened, and the abortion issue that Republicans used to run on, the idea that they want to essentially see Roe v. Wade overturned, which has now happened, is not one that they're able to in the same way anymore. And perhaps border fills that void and frankly is what attracts like donations and when we're thinking about financing.
Yeah, and this is why you've seen Republicans really lean into this. There have been, the surge of migrants at the border. So they have like a news hook to hang this on, but then also, are able, these other social issues, they're not able to show as much. And because it's an issue that they've been able to win over some Democrats on with the influx of migrants to major cities and just the housing problems and all the issues that have sort of been knock-on effects of that, they've just seen this as a winning issue and are going to capitalize on it as much as they can.
Yeah, when we were in New Hampshire last week, it was said to me that every state right now is kind of a border state because you're seeing the ramifications of this migration crisis being felt in so many areas, including these kind of democratic cities like New York, for example. So this is a story we will continue to watch. Bloomberg Politics editor Laura Davison, thank you so much for joining me. We're going to get more on this, in fact, in just a few minutes. Our signature political panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, will be with me for their thoughts, particularly on the tone shift we have seen coming from the White House. This is a president that in 2020 campaigned on a very liberal immigration agenda and now seems to be singing a very different tune in this election cycle. So we'll have more on that coming up. Stick with us. First, though, let's get a check on world and national news. Nancy Lyons has that for us in our 99.1 newsroom here in Washington. Hey, Nancy.
Thanks, Kaylee. As you've been hearing here on Bloomberg, the White House is weighing potential responses to a deadly attack on a U.S. base in Jordan by Tehran-backed militants. This happened over the weekend. 3 U.S. soldiers were killed, dozens of others wounded. Major General Pat Ryder is a spokesman for the Defense Department.
We are very confident that these attacks, this particular attack against this facility was by Iranian-backed proxies. We're working through the actual attribution piece right now, but of course it carries the signature of Kataib Hezbollah, which has conducted attacks in the past. But this is something that we continue to look at specifically.
General Ryder spoke with Bloomberg Surveillance. He says the U.S. has no interest in widening the Middle East conflict, but he says the U.S. will take action. One U.S. official says the drone appeared to be mistaken for a U.S. drone, and that may have been why it was not shot down. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says a summit in Paris this weekend to negotiate a return of hostages held by Hamas in exchange for a ceasefire in Gaza. Well, he says they were constructive, but there are still significant gaps remaining. His office says some of the differences will be ironed out during additional meetings this week. Spy chiefs and top officials from Qatar, Egypt, the U.S., and Israel met to try to secure the release of more than 100 hostages held by Hamas in return for the end of the war. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg has been meeting at the Pentagon today with Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. Stoltenberg has been warning if Russian President Vladimir Putin achieves his goals in Ukraine, it would set an example for Beijing. Well, it never rains in Southern California. You can't say that this week. The Golden State is about to get hit by a fast-moving atmospheric river coming off the Pacific Ocean. Some areas could see up to 8 inches of rain. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons.
Bloomberg World Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, all advancing right now. Back in the green, 9-point gain for the S&P, up by about 0.2%. The S&P, by the way, at 4,900 even right now. Dow Industrials higher by 13. That is a gain of less than 0.1%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 69 for NASDAQ. That is an advance right now of just about 0.5%. 10-year yield 4.09%, with a 2-year at 4.32%. Gold up $12 the ounce to $20.30. That's a gain of 0.6%. While West Texas Intermediate crude trading lower. WTI down now by about 1.4%, $76.93 a barrel. Equities, though, have been wavering in the run-up to results from 5 mega caps with a combined market value of more than $10 trillion that have powered the resurgence in stocks. We get earnings from 5 of the so-called Magnificent 7 this week. Microsoft, Alphabet tomorrow, Apple, Amazon, Meta on Thursday. Mandeep Singh is a senior tech analyst with Bloomberg Intelligence, and he told us he is paying particular attention to Alphabet, the parent of Google.
In the case of Microsoft and Meta, the top-line growth expectations are the highest. You compare it to Apple, flat top line. So clearly, there is a divergence in expectations. The key for me is how much incremental revenue is Meta going to generate from Gen AI or Microsoft?
And we've got tech stocks advancing today with the NASDAQ 100 index climbing now by about 0.4%. Again, recapping, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ very much in the green right now. Back to work Monday, 10-year yield 4.09%. S&P higher right now by 10, up 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That Kaylee Lines is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Welcome back to Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio. You can also find us on YouTube. I am indeed Kaylee Lines. Joe Matthew is off today, but we want to return to the issue of the border because this is an issue where we've seen a bit of a tone shift coming from President Biden. In a statement released late on Friday, he urged lawmakers to approve a bipartisan agreement, the details of which we have not seen yet, negotiated by the White House and members of the Senate. Biden says it would include new presidential authority to shut down the border when it becomes overwhelmed. And he went on to say, if given that authority, quote, I would use it the day I sign the bill into law. Let's bring in now our signature political panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shan Zaino, who are with me. Jeannie, just to begin with you, is this the same president who campaigned in 2020 on an incredibly liberal immigration agenda? What do you make of his words here? He would shut down the border the day he has the authority to do so.
Yeah, I think it's a president who recognizes, as we all do, the crisis at the border, and right, he should. And, as you were just talking about, it's not just, as if it wasn't enough, an impact at the southern border. It is states across this country. My state of New York, the city is almost economically crippled by the influx of immigrants and migrants. And the president knows this. And so, yes, he has to, as president, secure the border. And I think he is right to do this. And he has conceded, to Laura's point, enormously in what we hear. And we haven't seen the text of this bill coming down the pike, and rightly so. But it is being, pushed back upon by Donald Trump and his acolytes in the House primarily, and some in the Senate. But President Biden is right to take action immediately upon Congress if they can pass this bill.
But Jeannie, who could he alienate in the process? Surely this wouldn't sit well with all the different demographics in the Democratic Party.
Yeah, he is going to have to address the people in the party who feel like he has given away too much. Should there be a pathway to citizenship? Absolutely. But unlike Donald Trump, Joe Biden understands that in a negotiation, you can't have everything. We heard Trump over the weekend, unless it's a perfect bill, don't sign it. Well, Joe Biden knows that the Republicans control the House. They are almost equal in the Senate. So you have to negotiate. They're not going to get everything they want. But his number one priority is and should be securing our border. And so he is right to take this line now. And to your point, he is going to have to address the people on his left flank who feels he gave away too much, but I think he has an argument to say he's done more. Let's not forget he signed over 500 executive orders on the border alone in his first 3 years in the White House. That is more than President Trump did in his 4 years in the White House. He was around 400.
So, Rick, on the subject of former President Trump, as Jeannie points out, he has not been reluctant to weigh in on this issue. He says no deal is better than a bad deal. Does Trump's interference mean President Biden isn't even going to get a chance to sign this because the House isn't going to do anything with it?
Yeah, well, long before Donald Trump got involved, the House was an obstacle, to any kind of immigration reform or border security laws that weren't what they wanted, which was what they passed, H.R. 2, which was a dead end in the Senate. So, Senate, created a dead end for H.R. 2, and now the House is creating a dead end for this bipartisan border security bill. And I would add, too, this is border security. This is not what I would call comprehensive immigration reform. This is not giving pathways to citizenships or solving, other issues relative to dreamers and things like that. At least not that we know of. No one has actually spent a lot of time with the bill itself. And so the fact that the president has signed on to this is actually a pretty big step in the right direction, because many of the executive orders that Jeannie described weren't actually making the border more secure. It was actually making the border less secure. I mean, he's let Title 42 expire and, tried to avoid implementing something along the same lines. He got rid of Remain in Mexico. All these policies were actually helpful in securing the border. They're not perfect, but they were part of the toolkit that was used. And so the fact that he's now sort of coming on board with a more masculine border security deal, it actually, for the first time, has to give the Republicans in the House pause on what they need to do. And this is where Donald Trump plays. He's just basically shut them down. They desperately want to keep their majority and believe they need Donald Trump to do it. And so they're likely to listen to him. And that means there may not be a pathway for this bill in the House of Representatives.
Yeah, very difficult in an election year. To that point, Rick, though, about this kind of being Trump versus Biden and who gets the victory of being able to message on the border against the other one. Do you think that it's as strong an argument for the former president as it maybe would be suggested if he can use the border as an issue to weaponize against Biden in a general election campaign? Or will Biden have the grounds to say, look, I was ready and willing to pass the bill. Here are all my statements saying so, and you made sure that couldn't happen. Who wins that messaging war?
Well, right now, the winner of this messaging war has been Trump and the Republicans, right? I mean, the Biden administration is playing defense in Texas. There's a debate as to whether they're going to nationalize the troops there in order to try and take over the border. And what do they want to do? They want to make the border less masculine. They want to get rid of razor wire. I mean, like, all these things are probably the right thing to do, but their position on it is, we're going to make the border less secure in our involvement. And so Donald Trump's just taken great advantage of that. I mean, there's nobody in America who's going to vote in November who thinks the border needs to be less secure. And so I think as long as he tries to balance this humanitarian support at the same time of trying to crack down on the border, Biden's always going to walk a much more difficult path than Donald Trump is. Donald Trump can demagogue the border till the cows come home. And it's an easy message to give to a public who already believe the border is insecure and now believe it's the #1 issue in America. When people in New Hampshire are worried about the border, then it's a big problem for the administration.
And Jeannie, we have just about a minute left, but it's also worth pointing out here that this week we could see House Republicans moving forward with an impeachment of the Homeland Security Secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas. Those articles could be marked up tomorrow. Is this just symbolic, or could this be real?
At this point, there is no evidence that Alejandro Mayorkas has done anything that would rise to the level of impeachment. And in fact, he is also one of the people who we know has been negotiating on behalf of the administration this bill. So talk about killing a border bill. You have the person who's negotiating who is under threat of impeachment, and to your point, likely to get a vote out of the House this week or next. I mean, it's a stunning development. We probably won't see a border bill, not just as a result of that, but as a result of so many of these political factors. And it's a shame because it's a much needed bill.
All right, Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, stick with me because we still got to talk about Nikki Haley coming up a few minutes from now. So stay tuned for that conversation. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Busy week for earnings, specifically big tech names, but manufacturers such as Boeing will also very much be in focus on Wednesday. And with a preview, here's Bloomberg's Dan Schwartzman.
Charlie, Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun has been on a mea culpa tour ever since a 737 MAX 9 jet lost an exterior panel mid-flight. Now he'll have to face the analysts and investors trying to quantify the financial fallout from the near-catastrophic blowout that left a gaping hole in the airborne plane and threw the company into crisis. The challenge facing Calhoun will be to appease investors enough to stem a hemorrhage in the stock while not appearing too preoccupied with financial metrics. Since the accident, criticism has mounted from regulators, lawmakers, and the flying public that Boeing has put too much focus on its stock performance in recent years and not enough on manufacturing quality. Charlie?
And that's Dan Schwartzman reporting. Boeing shares today, right now, trading lower by about 0.2%. Speaking of Boeing, Ryanair Holdings says it will jump at the chance to grab any extra Boeing 737 MAX jet deliveries from airlines that don't want them, lending support to the embattled U.S. plane maker under fire for quality lapses after a mid-air panel blowout this month. Right now, Ryanair is up by 2.6%. SoFi Technologies reached profitability for the first time, taking the fintech one step closer to CEO Anthony Noto's goal of turning the former anti-bank into a top 10 financial institution. Some of the other stories that we're following at this hour: Walmart offering a new incentive for store managers, and that is annual stock grants. Those grants could boost pay to potentially more than $400,000. And those are our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet. This is Bloomberg.
Listening to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
This is Balance of Power. It's Monday, January 29th, which means we are 26 days out from South Carolina's Republican primary. And we're 36 days out from Super Tuesday on March 5th. And according to Nikki Haley, she'll be hanging around in this race until then. In an appearance on Meet the Press yesterday, she said she just needs to do better in South Carolina than she did in New Hampshire. And she has every intention of not just going to her home state, but sticking in this thing through Super Tuesday. Back with us for final thoughts, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzado, our political panel, the signature political panel, in fact. So, Rick, just to you, on her suggestion that she doesn't actually just have to win in South Carolina. All she needs to do is do better in New Hampshire, where she said all she needed to do in New Hampshire was do better than she did in Iowa. Is it true at this point? What is the fate of her campaign if she can't win in any of the first three states?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's not a crazy idea. She is making up ground. If she could split some delegates with Donald Trump in South Carolina, she continues to add to her delegate count. I mean, look, it's only 35 delegates for Trump and 17 for her. So it's too early in the process from a delegate count point of view to be, saying that you don't mathematically have the ability to get there. You do. You need, 1,151 to be the nominee, and we're far short of that. That being said, she desperately needs some momentum coming out of South Carolina in order to compete in the next 16 states that are going to have their primaries on March 5th. And without that, she may win a few more delegates, but at that point, she could potentially be mathematically incapable of becoming the nominee. And then, it's game over. She doesn't get to decide, the numbers do.
Well, and on the numbers, Rick, it's worth pointing out that she suggests she needs to do better than New Hampshire, where she got more than 40% of the vote in an electorate that is much more independently minded than voters in South Carolina tend to be. Could she really put up a number like that, even though she served there as governor?
Yeah, I mean, she should be able to have a better outcome with conservative Republicans, which she did not do well with in New Hampshire. And independents do vote in the South Carolina primary, which is how John McCain in 2008 won the primary with a large portion of independents. So right now in a head-to-head, she's got to do better actually in both categories in order to come close enough to Donald Trump to have a rationale to move on to Super Tuesday.
Well, Jeannie, is that rationale simply she has the money to do so? I mean, if you have the resources to stick in the game, why wouldn't you?
Well, why she might not is because, of course, she wants a future in the party, and she has the head of the party out there telling anybody who supports her going forward that they are out of the MAGA movement, essentially out of the Republican Party today. So for somebody as young as Nikki Haley who wants a future, that is something that she's got to take seriously. But this is not a normal election year. There is an argument to be made that if she remains competitive, Nikki Haley should stick this thing out through the July convention, because they have a leading nominee facing 91 indictments who may, if the trial goes forward, be found guilty of a felony prior to the convention. And you had a good chunk of Republicans in both Iowa and New Hampshire say, if he's found guilty, they wouldn't support him. So if nobody is there to pick up those pieces, that's going to be a problem for the party. So there is a school of thought, given the unusual circumstances we're facing, that she should remain in there. But under a normal circumstance, and this is anything but normal, it would be time for her after South Carolina, if she doesn't start winning, to think about getting out.
Well, Jeannie, it's interesting to hear you talk about the convention, which is in mid-July. 4 months after Super Tuesday. That is a lot longer to stick around in this race, and maybe resources are more called into question at that point if she hasn't started winning any states by then. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our signature political panel, thank you so much, as always, for joining me. We'll have more thoughts from Rick and Jeannie coming up ahead, especially on the situation in the Middle East and how the Biden administration should be handling it. We'll have that conversation and more in the second hour of Balance of Power, which starts right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Welcome back to Balance of Power. We are live on Bloomberg Television and Radio on Monday, the 29th of January, and that means the House is back in session and getting ready to get their eyes on a border deal negotiated by members of the Senate and the White House, a deal which former President Trump has thoughts on. We'll have more with the congressman from North Carolina, Republican Greg Murphy, this hour. And speaking of former President Trump, we have to talk about his legal issues, too, as just days ago, he was ordered to pay $83 million in damages to E. Jean Carroll for defamation. Dave Ehrenberg, the Palm Beach state attorney, will be with us. And after 3 troops were killed in Jordan, U.S. troops, by a drone strike carried out by an Iran-backed group, we'll discuss the U.S.'s options on the table for retaliation. Jennifer Welch from Bloomberg Economics, our chief geoeconomics analyst, will join me this hour. First, though, as always, let's get a check on the markets. And Bloomberg's Charlie Pellet has that for us. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Kayla Lines. We're looking at a choppy session for the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Back in the red right now, both the S&P and NASDAQ, they continue to push higher. Right now, we have got the S&P advancing by just about 5 points, up 0.1%. But the Dow trading lower now, has been swinging between gains and losses for much of the morning. Right now, we've got the Dow down 38 at 38,069, drop there of just about 0.1%. We did have the S&P at 4,900. Right now, NASDAQ is up 59. Tech rally continuing there, up by about 0.4%. The NASDAQ 100 index, full of those big tech names, it is advancing now by about 0.3%. 10-year yield 4.09%. Right now, the 2-year is at 4.32%. Gold up $10 the ounce to $20.29, up 0.5%. And a retreat today for crude oil. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.6%, 76.77 a barrel. Amazon has abandoned its planned $1.4 billion acquisition of Roomba maker iRobot after clashing with European regulators who had threatened to block the deal. iRobot down now by about 5.5%. Amazon, which reports earnings on Thursday, Amazon shares, they are advancing by about 1%. So again, recapping here, we're looking at a mixed Monday. The Dow is trading lower, but the S&P up now by about 4 points, up 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lines in Washington, where we have a border deal on the mind. And to put it in the words of the former President Donald Trump, a bad border deal is far worse than no border deal. That's what he said on True Social over the weekend as we await the release of the actual text of this deal that Senate negotiators have been working on with the White House for some time now. And while we don't know for sure what's in it, we do know there already has been some pushback against it, specifically in the House of Representatives, even coming from the Speaker himself, Mike Johnson. So is this effort really going anywhere? Joining me now to weigh in is the Republican congressman from North Carolina, Greg Murphy, who is here with me in our Washington, D.C. studio. Congressman, thank you so much.
Nice to see you, Kelly.
For coming in. It's great to see you as well. What needs to be in this deal for it to get your vote? Will you even have a chance?
We have to go back to the stay in Mexico policy. I mean, I think that was the stalwart of where all this began. We had Central American countries that had bought into this, that they folks that seek asylum in the country of entry rather than transgressing across all of Central America. You know, I've worked in some really desperate places in the world as a surgeon, so I understand people's desire to try to find something better. That said, we are a nation of laws. Unlike the last 2 years, our border has become lawless. We don't have the operational control of our southern border. Drug cartels do. So we have to keep those who want in this country, they want to keep in Mexico. We have to get rid of the control of the border by drug cartels. We have to ensure safety to our own border and really adjudicate the processes a lot quickly. We have to make sure that those who do have true asylum desires, that they get adjudicated much more quickly. And then we have to beef up security. You know, we've had, 8+ million individuals come in the country over the last 2 years. We have close to, I think it was 1.7 million individuals come. We don't know who they are, where they're from, where they're going, why they're here. And the record number of individuals who were caught on the terrorist watch list, we don't even know who the ones who've gotten away, because they're going to seek other methods to get in anyway. So this is not only a humanitarian crisis, it's one that the president and his administration have broken our own laws. It's also one of national security, even more importantly. So this has to be done. It almost takes primal immediacy above almost anything else. And you get into the debate with Ukraine. It almost has to take precedence over that, because we have to protect our own border really before we worry about other countries.
Well, the president is at the table now. He's been involved in these negotiations. He put out a statement late Friday that said what the negotiators are working on would give him the authority to shut down the border if it was becoming overwhelming. He says he would use that authority on day one after signing this bill. Do you take him at his word on that?
He had the authority right now. He doesn't need authority. He could have the authority to stay in Mexico policy. Boom. He had this authority when he was sworn in. And so he basically invited our countries to be invaded, because that's nonsense from President Biden. He has the authority right now to do this.
So when it comes to the fate of this package in the House, do you think you will even have a chance to vote on it, up or down?
I have to see what it really entails, because I haven't seen the text yet, as they pointed out. We want something, but honestly, Joe Biden has the tools right now to close the border or close it appreciably.
Well, you haven't seen the text. The Speaker of the House hasn't seen the text either, and already, just based on the rumors that were floating around, he said it's dead on arrival. And we know that he has a close relationship with the former president. The former president has thoughts on this. How does Donald Trump factor into this calculus?
Well, I think, honestly, we have to see what's going on, because, you know, it's presumed nominee that Donald Trump is going to be the Republican nominee. This is going to be a factor, because this is one of the biggest things that all Americans now care about, not just in Texas or Arizona, but they care about it up in New York City and other places, about the absolute explosion of this humanitarian crisis. And Kaylee, to be very honest with you, this was one caused by certain releasings of policy by the Biden administration. We should not be where we were. We weren't this way 2.5 years ago. We have to get back to some sensible things about immigration within this country.
Well, when you talk about how immigration is an issue, not just at the border, but in states really all across the country, it's been described to me as every state now is a border state because of the way this is spread around. What justification would there be to not bring it to the floor, to not give members like you even a chance to cast their votes on an issue that is so important to voters? Well,
I don't disagree with that thought, but I think it's also up to the Speaker that he be involved in this process. It's not just won by the Senate and do with the White House. And remember, there is another chamber. We are the ones who are considered in the House to be quote closest to the people. This is a people issue, and I think it needs to be not debated or guaranteed in silent. It needs to be festered. Especially, we have a new Speaker of the House. He needs to be intimately involved in these negotiations.
Yeah, and there's questions as to how the Speaker is not just going to deal with potentially bringing this issue to the floor, but also a vote on a tax agreement. I know, sir, that you sit on the Ways and Means Committee. Yeah. Obviously, this is bipartisan. It's bicameral. Would it have your support if you had a chance to vote on it this week or next?
Well, we had a 40-3 vote in the committee. I voted for it in committee. Is it perfect? No. There are some things that I may have recommended differently. I think if we bring it to the floor, I think it would pass just on a suspension vote. We're going to have some folks having problems because it didn't have the salt issues with it. Some of the others who vote against everything, seemingly, this Congress are going to vote against it. But I think it may have a good chance of passing as a suspension. We need to do something in the tax realm because of expiring tax provisions from TCJA that are really going to be helping American business, especially small businesses. I'll give you an example. With the, quote, Inflation Reduction Act, this really absolutely destroyed pharmaceutical industries from being able to take new drugs and bring new indications for drugs along the line. You know, it was thought CBO said maybe one drug would be taken out because of all this price shifting. It's actually been more than 100. And these are days of new cures. You know, in medicine, I've practiced now for 35 years. It's been an explosion in the last 5 or 10 years of new drugs and new therapies. And so many of those now have come to a screeching halt because of the rules within the Inflation Reduction Act. But if we're able to get these companies started back up again, we're going to go back to making land-breaking and really world-breaking cures for many different things, cancers and other disorders.
Well, so obviously there's a lot in this agreement. As you point out, there's a lot that's not in it either. Yeah. Maybe not getting the SALT action that some would like. Others are taking issue with the expansion of the child tax credit. Yeah. Do you think any of these issues are enough that this bill stands a real chance of not getting through the House? Because the suspension of the rules is a decision the Speaker will have to make.
Sure. And I think that's a fair criticism of this. You know, we live in a divided Congress with a one-seat majority. We don't own the Senate. We don't own the White House. And if we want to get a tax package out, there has to be negotiation and compromise. Do I think 2,500 should be the bottom part? Absolutely not. I mean, absolutely not. Should I think that we have persons' one-year income being able to count for the next? No. But then again, you know, this is all negotiated. Do I think $400,000 really? I think we actually probably should lower that. I don't see a couple making $400,000 needs assistance with their kids. But again, this is negotiation. And you know, this is one of the, I've only been in politics, I guess now 7 years now. In the effort, we can't make everything perfect. It's not going to be perfect because we don't have supermajorities in either chamber. We don't have the White House. We have to make compromises. And so, yeah, sometimes there are some things in there you don't want. But if you look at the bigger picture, I think there's a lot more positives than negatives.
And of course, in addition to sitting on Ways and Means, where you are very hands-on with this issue, you also are a member of the Veteran Affairs Committee. So I know you pay close attention to matters regarding the U.S. military. And of course, we had news over the weekend. 3 U.S. troops killed in Jordan in a drone strike by an Iranian-backed militant group. The U.S. has vowed to respond. Yeah. What do you think that response should look like?
You know, Kaylee, I come from a very strong military district. We have Camp Lejeune, Cherry Point, other military bases. 1 out of 10 of my constituents are veterans. And in dealing with Iran, in dealing with these axis really truly of evil, as Reagan said, the only thing they know is power. The only thing they know is strength. And this is what we have to show. You know, of course, Iran has said they didn't have to do anything with this. No one can trust the Ukrainians. No one at all. I don't trust them at all. We have to show them power. I do believe a lot of the strength we lost in the way we left Afghanistan in the Middle East. And so it's time for Biden to step up. We have to go after these folks. We have to go with the origin of them. We have to take out their leaders. We have to take out their ability to kill Americans.
There have been some senators, John Cornyn, Lindsey Graham, for example, who have said strike Iran directly on its own territory. Do you think that would be too far?
Just on first thought, I think that may be a little bit, we're not ready for that yet, because here we are trying to keep Israel alive. There's China's threat with this in the southeast with Taiwan. Our utter disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, in my opinion, led to the Ukrainian conflict. I think that that's going to be difficult. Sadly enough, you know, during the Trump administration, the enrichment of uranium in Iran was around 4%. We know Iran has now gotten it up to at least 60%. Some reports have been 80%. And once they get 90%...
Well, he left that nuclear deal with them.
Yeah, but the thing is, that gave them all of the cards. It gave them all the cards. And so now Iran may very well have a nuclear bomb. And so I understand that sentiment, but I think a lot of thought needs to go into before that happens.
All right. Well, we appreciate you giving us your thoughts today, Congressman. Very good to see you. Thank you for coming and joining us in our Washington, D.C. studio. That is Republican Congressman from North Carolina, Greg Murphy. Now we want to go back to our signature political panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino are with me. Jeannie, just to begin with you on this idea of potential retaliation here coming from the Biden administration, how difficult politically, let alone militarily, is this to make?
It's going to be very difficult. And I think you just heard it from the representative's thoughtful reply to your question. And, the differences he may have from some other Republicans and some other Democrats on where the United States should strike and how. And, because we know that there will be a retaliation. We know there will be a strike. And the question now is where and against who and how. And there's so much difference of opinion on that. So it is, going to be threading a needle for the Biden administration to try to do this in a way that doesn't escalate tensions. Keeping in mind, we have heard that this strike back is welcome. And so this is something they also have to keep in mind. And politically, they are going to be walking a very fine line and trying to make this happen.
Well, and Rick, of course, they're doing so not just in any year, but in an election year. How does this kind of geopolitical tension factor into electoral politics at home for an incumbent president?
Yeah, look, it's one of the fundamental things that voters look at is, are you equipped to be commander in chief? Obviously, both these candidates, Donald Trump and Joe Biden, have direct experience in this and can evaluate that. But some of Biden's biggest hurdles, biggest problems in his administration have been related to the military. Afghanistan was the beginning of the decline of his popularity around the country, and some blame that as being a really proxy for competency. And so this is really important to Joe Biden that he get this right. He's given full support against a lot of headwinds to Israel, and a lot of voters have rewarded him with some very positive numbers in that regard. But the blowback is still coming when this occurred. But let's be straight. This is a retaliation against us for the proper killing of their head of the Quds forces, Soleimani, and two other senior operatives that were killed in Lebanon recently. I mean, we are already in a shooting war with Iran and their proxies, and I can't imagine a scenario where we don't get more escalation as a result of this latest attack.
Well, and of course, the background to this is the ongoing war between Israel and Hamas. And Jeannie, there was a great piece in the New York Times over the weekend about Black pastors, more than 1,000 of them that represent hundreds of thousands of congregants nationwide, issuing a demand to the Biden administration for a ceasefire in Gaza, especially knowing how important that demographic is to the president as he seeks re-election. Should we expect that he is going to put more pressure on Israel specifically to end these hostilities?
Yeah, and I think they are already. And I'm so glad you raised the pastors. They have joined with the pro-Palestinian groups, primarily headquartered in Michigan, a critical electoral state for both the president and the former president to win. And of course, you see Burns already trying to negotiate at least a ceasefire. So I do think that is something the president has been doing, will continue to do. And this pressure is important because this is a constituency we saw in South Carolina over the weekend that the president does need to come out and support him. And you hear the pastors drawing a very clear red line. We cannot support you if you don't move forward on a ceasefire and negotiate a settlement or push Israel to negotiate a settlement in the Gaza Strip. So a lot of pressure on the administration to do that at this point.
All right, Jeannie Sheehan Zaino and Rick Davis, our signature political panel, thank you so much for joining me. Of course, there are those ceasefire negotiations that are happening. They happened over the weekend in Paris, and those conversations are continuing. The Qatari Prime Minister saying in the last hour that they're in a better place than they were a few weeks ago. Stick with me on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg World headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet. We are looking at a mixed day right now. Dow Jones Industrial Average trading lower. The S&P, NASDAQ, they are pushing higher. Equities are wavering in the run-up to results from 5 mega caps with a combined market value of over $10 trillion that have powered the resurgence in stocks. Yes, Bloomberg Radio and Television got you covered on earnings all this week. Busy week for markets. We got the Fed decision coming up later in the week. Friday jobs report. Yes, Bloomberg will be all over that. Right now, the S&P up 7, gain there of 0.1%. Dow Industrials down 11, little change there, down less than 0.1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index right now up 63. That is a gain of 0.4%. 10-year yield 4.09% with a 2-year 4.32%. Spot gold 20.26 the ounce. We've got gold up 0.4%, and a retreat for West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.1%, 77.13 a barrel. A headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service: Sirius XM Holdings has acquired certain exclusive rights to Smartless. That is the hit podcast hosted by actors Will Arnett, Jason Bateman, and Sean Hayes, all part of a larger deal between the satellite radio company and Smartless Media. The 3-year accord said to be worth more than $100 million. Right now, Sirius XM shares are down 1.6%. And Walmart is offering a new incentive for store managers, and that is annual stock grants. Those grants could boost pay to potentially more than $400,000. Again, recapping, stocks are mixed. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lower right now. S&P up by 6, a little change there as well. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, as always, tracking the money moving markets. We appreciate it. And of course, we track the money on this show as well as it relates to politics, including as it relates to former President Donald Trump. Because talk about money. We all know on Friday he was ordered to pay $83 million to E. Jean Carroll in damages for defaming her. And in a separate civil fraud trial in New York, in which we could get a verdict this week, he could be on the hook to pay $370 million in what prosecutors say was a legal profit reaped by his Trump organization by lying to banks about his wealth to get better terms on loans. So when you add all that together, $370 million plus $83 million, we're talking more than $450 million that he could be forced to pay. Maybe that's not that much for a billionaire, except that he's a billionaire on paper, not necessarily when it comes to liquid assets. According to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index, he has about $600 million in cash, so more than $450 million, and that would be a big chunk of it. Joining me next here on Balance of Power on both Bloomberg Television and radio to talk about this, I'm pleased to say, is David Ehrenberg. He is the state attorney for Palm Beach County down in Florida. Dave, great to see you here in our Washington studio. If we just begin with the E. Jean Carroll case, this $83 million he was ordered to pay. He says he will appeal it. How long should we expect this process to take? And is it likely that that dollar amount is going to move significantly lower?
Good to be with you, Kaylee. First, I think it's going to take a while. It could take several months to get through the appeals. But as far as whether the verdict is going to be dropped, I doubt it. And that's because the big whammy here, the punitive damages, were only about 3.5 times the compensatory damages. So a lot of times appellate courts will say, it's way out of whack, let's reduce the punitives. But that's not the case here. Plus, if they want to dispute the evidence that was admitted into trial, well, tough luck, because Trump's overmatched attorney, Alina Habba, did not object to a lot of the evidence, and so you waive your right to appeal it. So I think this verdict will stand. It's a question of when the money will flow to E. Jean Carroll.
Well, and of course, that's not the only money we have to consider here. As I mentioned, there also is potentially going to be a verdict coming down this week for his other civil trial in New York, the fraud trial, as it relates to the Trump organization. How likely do you think it is that he'll actually be on the hook for more than $300 million in that case?
I think the sweet spot is probably around $300 million.
Really?
Now, originally, the Attorney General of New York was seeking up to $250 million, and then she expanded it to $370 million. So I think it's going to be around the amount between $250 and $370. And I think it's because the evidence has been really strong that Trump did inflate the value of his assets. Plus, he was allowed by the judge, Judge Engoron, to issue broadsides against the court. I mean, he even was allowed to give his own partial closing argument without having to be subject to cross-examination for it. And I think the reason why Judge Engoron did that is because he was setting the stage for a massive verdict in favor of the Attorney General and wanted to protect himself on appeal. So that's why I think Trump got his day in court. He got to lash out at the judge, but in the end, he's going to pay for it.
Well, and he may have many days in court still ahead, not just when it comes to potentially appeals in these cases, but he still is awaiting trial in criminal cases, 4 of them. He's been indicted on 91 different felony charges across these 4 indictments. So just not even thinking about monetary damages he has to pay, but just legal fees to fight all of these different battles. I mean, how much do you think realistically he's racked up here?
Millions and millions, but he's able to convince gullible supporters to pay for some of his fees. Remember, he had this huge account to pay for the Stop the Steal, to fight the election fraud, but then he diverted a lot of that away. And I think you'll see the same thing here is people who donate to his PAC, some of that money or most of it will go to his attorney's fees. And it will hit him in the end because he'll have to pay himself the money that goes to E. Jean Carroll. He'll have to pay himself the money that goes to the state of New York in the civil fraud case. But as far as the expenses for his attorneys, as long as he's got these rabid supporters who will pay the last $50 from their Social Security disabilities check to a billionaire, he'll be able to pay his lawyers.
Well, maybe one of the ways it helps to be actively campaigning for president of the United States is you're fighting legal battles. But of course, there's also difficulty with fighting these legal battles while you're trying to campaign, especially if you're tied up in a courtroom during the primary process or on to the convention in the general election as well. But a lot of that will come down to the timeline. Realistically, we're still awaiting a decision on his argument that he should have immunity as a former president from prosecution in the case here in Washington, where Jack Smith has brought charges against him related to efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Jack Smith would like that to go to trial on March 4th, but it can't until we have a conclusion to the immunity dispute. While we await for that to come down from the appeals court here in D.C., why do you think this is taking so long?
You know, I thought this would be decided already. It's a kind of an obvious question. No, a president cannot send hitmen to go kill their political opponents. I mean, come on, right? But this court, I think, is taking on a bigger issue, the extent of presidential immunity beyond this case. Perhaps, does it apply to the outer layers of your power, your decision-making? Because right now, the courts have said you've got civil immunity, but they haven't really weighed in on the extent of criminal immunity. And that's where I think the court is working up decisions. This could tell me that you could have a concurring opinion, perhaps by the lead judge, Judge Henderson, who was appointed by George H.W. Bush. He may want to weigh in on this. So that's why I'm thinking that this thing, it's a little troublesome because it's going to delay the trial in Washington, D.C. beyond that March 4th date. But the more complicated the decision will be, the more likely the Supreme Court steps in, and that will lead to further delays.
So you think it makes it more likely if this is a broader reaching ruling that the Supreme Court takes it up than versus if it's very narrow?
Yeah, I think they should just take the narrow question because justice will be delayed and denied, I think, if this thing is pushed past the 2024 election. It is Trump's best legal defense to delay this matter and then become president again and then call off the dogs, drop it all. So it's really imperative for the courts to weigh in and do it fast because right now the court is supposed to have a trial March 4th. That's not going to happen. But the longer you wait, the worse it is for the cause of justice to prove that no one is above the law.
Well, and you talk about how if this happens after the election, if he ultimately is elected, he theoretically could pardon himself. That's not true of state cases, though, like in Georgia. But the difficulty there may be the question of the district attorney who brought the charges against him and all of those other defendants, Fani Willis, because of these allegations that essentially she has a romantic relationship with someone employed to work on the case who has made hundreds of thousands of dollars. Dave, what do you make of that and how that case is likely to move forward with these questions hanging in the air of what exactly she's done here?
Kayleigh, I'll admit it doesn't look good. This is my counterpart up there, Fani Willis. It doesn't look good, but the evidence is the evidence. And so this case will move forward whether or not she has to take the lead prosecutor off the case or whether she's removed from the case herself. The facts are still the facts here. And if there wasn't enough facts here to get to the jury, the judge would have already dismissed the case. He hasn't. We've already seen multiple defendants cut plea deals. That's because they've got a decent case here. But yeah, admittedly, there looks to be something wrong there when you have this kind of relationship. But in the end, it's not a true conflict of interest because it's not like the prosecutor and the lead prosecutor are on separate sides. It's not like one's a prosecutor, one's a defense lawyer. They're both on the same side here. So I think a lot of this is smoke, but, that's enough to get someone removed from the case.
But even being on the same side, does that really matter if someone is reaping financial benefit from being on this case, being paid to work this case? Is there not a conflict of interest argument to be made there?
Well, he's getting paid like all the other prosecutors. Now, there are special prosecutors. He's one of 3 on the case. So he's not the only one. He's been paid the most because he's billed the most. I think, to me, the thing that bothers me the most in all this is not the relationship, but it's the fact that he's been billing, for example, 24 hours in a single day. Now, maybe we're under a big law firm and you're double billing, you can get away with that. But when you're working for the government, you really shouldn't be doing that. So it raises some questions in my mind.
Well, and of course, because this case has so many different defendants, we were expecting that this may be one that takes a really long time to actually get to trial. To go back to your point on the idea that this March 4th trial probably is not going to happen on that date, it could be delayed because of this question of immunity. Obviously, the documents case in your home state of Florida is another one to consider here. Is it likely in your mind that any of these actually come to a conclusion before the election in November, or even before that, the Republican convention in July?
Of the 4 cases, 2 of the 4 will definitely not be tried before the election. And that is the strongest case, which is the Mar-a-Lago documents case in my neck of the woods. That is the best case for prosecutors. They've got them dead to rights. But with Judge Cannon, who's been slow walking this case, they're not trying that case before the election. The other one is the one we just discussed, Fonnie Willis in Fulton County. Because it's a complex RICO case with so many co-defendants, and now with this controversy, that's not happening before the election. That leaves the Washington, D.C. election interference case, which is a strong case. And that case was billed for speed by Jack Smith, only 4 counts, no other co-defendants. But we've got that issue of presidential immunity. I still believe it will be decided before too long, and then it's game on in front of Judge Chuck and here in Washington, D.C. And the 4th case is the one in New York, the one on the Stormy Daniels. Yeah, that one I think could go before the election as well. It's just not the strongest case.
All right, Dave Ehrenberg, thank you so much, as always, for joining us, the state attorney for Palm Beach County. We appreciate your time. Now, while I was talking to Dave, we did get some breaking news. The U.S. is set to renew Venezuela oil sanctions after a candidate running for president was barred. This, according to 2 U.S. officials. So that could chill recent efforts to improve ties between these 2 adversaries. We'll have more on that story coming up shortly here on Bloomberg. First, though, let's get a check on other world and national news. Nancy Lyons has that in our Bloomberg 99.1 studio newsroom here in Washington. Hey, Nancy.
Thanks, Kaylee. 3 American soldiers are dead, dozens wounded following that drone attack this weekend on a U.S. base in Jordan. Defense Department spokesman Major General Pat Ryder spoke with Bloomberg about the next steps for the U.S.
We will take necessary action to protect our U.S. forces, no matter where they're serving around the world. I'm not going to telegraph or forecast any potential response from the United States because of this attack, other than to say there will be a response. And this kind of action will not be tolerated.
General Ryder says Iranian-backed proxy groups are exploiting the instability in the region to launch their attacks. Military officials now say the drone used in the attack may have been confused with an American drone, which is why it was not shot down. British golfer Tyrrell Hatton is leaving the PGA Tour and is opting to go with Jon Rahm and Live Golf. The deal is reportedly worth $63 million. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average higher, barely. S&P in the green as well. The S&P 500 index up now by 8 points. That is an advance of 0.2%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 67, up 0.4%. NASDAQ 100 Index, full of big tech names, also higher now by 0.4%. Stocks are higher, little change. Choppy day for the Dow. Traders are bracing for a deluge of earnings and updates on the outlook for interest rates that will likely drive the direction of markets over the next few months. And of course, Friday, we have got the jobs report. 10-year at 4.09%, with the 2-year right now 4.32%. Gold up $7.50 the ounce to $20.26, up by about 0.4%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil right now is lower by 1.4%, $76.91 for a barrel of WTI. Blue chip firms have sold $176 billion of bonds in the U.S. in January, setting a record for the month as companies look to take advantage of drops in longer-term borrowing costs. Amazon today abandoned its $1.4 billion acquisition of Roomba maker iRobot after clashing with European Union regulators who had threatened to block the deal. We've got iRobot shares tumbling today by 6.6% right now. Amazon is advancing by 0.9%. Amazon, of course, reports earnings later in the week. So again, recapping, little changed on the Dow, up now by 2 points. S&P up by 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That Kaylee Lines is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Welcome back to Balance of Power on both Bloomberg Television and radio. Charlie was just running us through what we're seeing in oil prices. Interesting to see crude futures down, even with what's happening in the Middle East. Over the weekend, 3 U.S. troops were killed after a drone attack on a U.S. base in Jordan conducted by Iran-backed militants, something that the U.S. has vowed a response to. President Biden said over the weekend that those responsible would be held to account at a time and in a manner of his choosing. So what manners could he choose from, and what could the potential ramifications of those choices be? I'm joined now by Jennifer Welch, who is Chief Geoeconomics Analyst for Bloomberg Economics. She's here with me in our Washington, D.C. studio. Jenny, thank you so much for joining. What options are realistically on the table here for consideration for the president?
Well, the U.S. has a spectrum of options available to President Biden at this time. I mean, everything in terms of military tactics, from more surgical strikes, cyber attacks, to more traditional option. And then in terms of targets, there's the more escalatory option of actually striking Iranian targets in Iran, to striking Iranian forces outside of the country, to Iranian proxies and the infrastructure that supports them. So there's really a lot of different forms that this could take. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're headed to a direct war or larger regional conflict. We could see something on the more surgical side of that spectrum.
Well, of course, the U.S. already has been going after Iranian proxies, specifically the Houthis in the Red Sea. We've seen upwards of 8 strikes conducted by not just the U.S., but the UK as well, trying to go after Houthis' capabilities to launch attacks on commercial vessels from Yemen. There have been those, though, that are calling for Biden now to move beyond just going after the proxies, to target, as you say, Iran itself. The likes of Senator John Cornyn or Senator Lindsey Graham saying, attack Iran in Iranian territory. How risky would that move be for the Biden administration? How likely would Iran be to retaliate in kind?
I would assume that Iran would be very likely to attack in a more escalatory manner if there were to be a direct attack on the Iranian homeland. That being said, something short of that, what we've seen in the past is, for example, even major U.S. strikes that take out very important figures in the Iranian system, the key one being the January 2020 strike on the Quds Force Commander Soleimani. Yeah. He was an incredibly important figure in the Iranian military. The Iranian response to that was actually fairly de-escalatory. They certainly struck U.S. bases, caused injuries to U.S. soldiers, but considering the range of options that they could have pursued, it was on the de-escalatory side. So I think there's a lot of different forms that this could still take, depending on what the U.S. does and how Iran and its proxies react to that. And those really are, I think, something to be differentiated. Tehran and what Tehran chooses to do, and its proxies, not all of which it has demonstrated complete control over throughout the length of this conflict.
Well, and that is what you have Iran saying over the last 24 to 48 hours, this idea that not all of its proxy groups listen to the Islamic Republic's exact direction. They say any accusation that Iran was directly involved in this drone attack is baseless, yet Iran is providing funding and weapons to these groups. So how hard does the U.S. have to go after Iran, or how strictly does it need to message potential consequences to cut off that flow to all these different proxies?
Well, I think cutting off the flow to all their proxies is a very high order, and significantly degrading them, which is really the end objective here in order to prevent further damage to U.S. troops and to U.S. allies in the region. That's a very high bar. But in terms of sending a strong signal to Tehran, there's a lot of different options through which that can be accomplished, including not just through the military domain, but again, cyber attacks, sanctions, diplomatic action. There's a lot of different ways in which a signal that maybe isn't even public can be sent quite privately and quite strongly to Tehran.
Well, of course, the president is factoring into account not just the danger that potentially U.S. troops could be put in as a result of the decisions he makes, but also the economic ramifications. And that's what you're so good at, is talking about geoeconomics, how we should be thinking about this in terms of, say, energy flow in and out of the Middle East, what ramifications this could have. How significant could those potential consequences be? What disruption could we see?
And I think that's exactly something that's going to be on President Biden's mind and the policymakers supporting him, weighing all these different objectives. Right now, we're looking at a conflict that, as you noted at the beginning, it hasn't had a major impact on oil prices so far. And I think that's in part because it hasn't directly affected oil production or transportation in the region. But if we start to see this evolve into a more direct conflict involving Iran, it starts to shift to the Strait of Hormuz, where a huge amount of global oil supplies is coming out of. Then that story could start to change. You could see oil prices spike. It could really depress global growth right ahead of a U.S. election. That's probably not a great story for an incumbent running for re-election, but that will have to be weighed against sort of the military imperative to deter future strikes on U.S. forces.
Well, and strikes on oil transit as well. We saw on Friday that an oil vessel that was being transited by Trafigura but was carrying Russian fuel was hit by the Houthis. Is that a signal that actually that is now going to be fair game for the Houthis as they're targeting commercial vessels, or could this have been an accident even?
There's still a lot of information we're trying to gather on this. I tend to take the perspective it could have very well been not so much an accident, but the Houthis might not have known what was on that vessel when they struck it. In the past, they have said that they do not intend to strike Russian or Chinese vessels, but their ability to discern what exactly is being carried on each of these vessels, that might be more challenging for them. So I don't know that this was directly meant to target that vessel and specifically Russian fuel so much as they were hitting a vessel that looked like a target and maybe after the fact discovered what was actually on it.
Well, and that's what we talk about so often in this theater, is the idea that just there's potential for accidents, for a miscalculation that then escalates things further. Obviously, the Houthis have said that they're acting in retaliation for what's going on in Gaza. This is in support of Hamas against Israel and in its activities there. We know that simultaneously there are conversations being had about a ceasefire agreement, potentially the release of the remaining hostages that are being held in Gaza, for a cessation in hostilities for 2 months, perhaps even longer. How immediately would an agreement like that translate to what we're seeing in the Red Sea, potentially ease the flow of goods once more? Would it happen quickly?
That's the key test.